Welcome to Cross Naruto. Today we bring you an unforgettable story. What if Naruto was the primordial wild beast of Olympus, the sage who led Artemis's hunt? Naruto x Artemis x Thalia. Grace. Loving our content? Smash that like button and join our family by subscribing. We truly appreciate each and every one of you. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, The Wild Sage Awakens. Naruto's eyes snapped open. Sunlight filtered through dense canopy overhead, dappling his face with golden patches. For a moment, he just breathed, feeling air fill lungs that hadn't drawn breath in centuries. "What the hell?" he muttered, sitting up and brushing leaves from his orange and black clothing. Something felt wrong. The forest around him hummed with life, but beneath that familiar chorus lurked a discordant note, like hearing a perfect symphony with one instrument playing deliberately out of tune. He placed his palm against the ground, channeling natural energy through his body. "Kurama, you feeling this?" The response came not as a separate voice but as his own thoughts with a different timbre. "Yes. The natural energy is tainted somehow. And we've been asleep for a long time." Naruto stood, rolling his shoulders and feeling the satisfying pop of joints aligning. His body remembered everything, the sage markings appearing around his eyes as he connected deeper with the world's energy. Information flooded in: modern world, strange machines, humans everywhere, God still existing but changed, and something ancient stirring beneath it all. Where are we anyway? He glanced around the wilderness. Feels like North America, but there's something else, something divine. The Greeks' territory, came the realization. We're in their domain now. Naruto grinned. "Well, guess we better introduce ourselves." He leapt into the treetops, moving with inhuman speed as memories returned in flashes, his primordial existence, his choice to take human form, centuries of watching civilizations rise and fall, and then, darkness. Something had forced him into dormancy, and now he'd awakened to this corruption spreading through the natural world. 20 miles away, he suddenly stopped, crouching on a high branch. Below, silver-clad figures moved through the forest with unnatural silence. Girls, teenagers mostly, armed with bows and hunting knives. At their center walked someone whose aura radiated divine power. "Hunters," Naruto whispered. "And that's gotta be Artemis." The goddess paused, head tilting slightly as if catching a scent on the wind. Her form shifted subtly between that of a 12-year-old girl and a young woman, never quite settling. "Something's out there," she said, voice carrying despite its softness. "Something old." A tall girl with spiky black hair and electric blue eyes knocked an arrow. "Another monster?" "I'm not sure, Thalia," Artemis replied. "This feels different." Naruto weighed his options. Introducing himself might cause a fight, but trailing them would definitely be taken as hostile. Before he could decide, a thunderous roar shattered the forest's quiet. Trees snapped as something massive charged toward the hunters. "Scatter!" Artemis commanded, her bow materializing in her hands. The monster burst into the clearing, a massive creature with the body of a lion, a goat's head sprouting from its back, and a serpent for a tail. But something was wrong with it. Black veins pulsed across its body, and its eyes leaked dark fluid. "Chimera!" Thalia shouted, loosing an arrow that bounced harmlessly off its hide. But something's different about it. The creature spewed green fire that scorched the earth. Several hunters dove aside, but one wasn't quick enough. The flames caught her legs, and she screamed. Naruto didn't hesitate. He dropped from the tree, chakra swirling visibly around him as he flashed between the fallen hunter and the chimera. His hands formed seals faster than the eye could track. Water style, water wall. A barrier of water materialized, extinguishing the flames as the chimera charged. Naruto met it head-on, his fist connecting with its jaw in a thunderous impact that sent the beast skidding backward. "What the?" Thalia froze mid-draw, staring at the orange-clad stranger. Naruto's sage marks glowed as he moved faster than mortal eyes could follow, appearing behind the chimera. I see the problem now. Something's infected it. He placed his palm against the creature's flank, golden chakra pulsing. Rasengan. The swirling energy sphere drilled into the monster, but instead of destroying it, Naruto carefully controlled the technique to target only the black corruption. The monster howled, thrashing as dark smoke poured from its wounds. Stand away from it, boy. Artemis commanded, arrow trained on his head. Give me 3 seconds, Naruto called back, not breaking concentration. I'm almost there. The last of the black corruption pulled free from the chimera, forming a writhing mass in Naruto's hand. The monster, suddenly clear-eyed, looked around in confusion before bounding away into the forest. You let it escape, one of the hunters accused. It wasn't acting on its own, Naruto said, containing the black essence in a swirling chakra prison. Something was controlling it. Look. The mass pulsed with malevolent energy, trying to reach toward the nearest hunter. Contain that immediately, Artemis ordered, stepping forward with authority that made even Naruto pause. Already on it, he replied, compressing the chakra prison until the corruption disintegrated with a high-pitched whine. He turned, hands raised non-threateningly. So. Hi. I'm Naruto. 20 arrows pointed at him instantly. Who and what are you? Artemis demanded, her divine aura flaring. No mortal possesses such power. Naruto scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin that seemed at odds with the power they'd just witnessed. That's kinda complicated. I'm not exactly mortal, but I'm not a god either. More like, primordial energy that decided to be a person. Milady. A hunter called out in panic. The girl who'd been caught in the chimera's fire was convulsing, black veins spreading from her burns. Artemis knelt beside her, placing her hand over the wound. Her touch glowed silver, but the corruption continued spreading. My powers aren't working, she said, voice tight with concern. Naruto stepped forward, only to find Thalia blocking his path, her spear crackling with electricity an inch from his throat. Stay back. I can help her, Naruto said. That corruption. I've dealt with it before. It's trying to convert her life energy. Thalia, Artemis said after a moment, let him try. But Lady Artemis, now, Thalia. The lieutenant reluctantly stepped aside, though her spear remained ready. Naruto knelt by the fallen hunter, placing both hands over her wound. Golden chakra flowed from him, surrounding the black veins. This might feel weird, he told the girl, whose eyes were wide with fear. Like being dunked in warm honey. The hunter gasped as Naruto's chakra penetrated the wound, tracing each tendril of corruption and neutralizing it. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he worked. This stuff is nasty, he muttered. Someone modified regular monster essence with something older. Something from before your time, Lady Artemis. The goddess watched intently. Before my time. From the first age. When Gaia was still half awake and chaos hadn't fully separated. Naruto's hands glowed brighter. Got it. The black veins receded, and the hunter's breathing steadied. Color returned to her face, and the burns themselves began to heal. Phoebe, how do you feel? Artemis asked. The hunter sat up slowly. Better, Lady Artemis. The pain is gone. Thalia hadn't lowered her spear. You still haven't explained who you are. Naruto stood, stretching casually despite the weapons aimed at him. Like I said, I'm Naruto. I've been asleep for, well, a few hundred years at least. Woke up feeling this corruption spreading through the natural world, and decided to check it out. Artemis studied him, silver eyes reflecting moonlight despite the daylight hour. You claim to be from before the gods. Some of you, Naruto clarified. I remember when Zeus was just a baby hiding from his dad. No offense, he added quickly. But I mostly kept to the wild places, away from divine politics. Recognition flickered across Artemis's face. The wild beast of Olympus, she whispered. The one who taught the first hunters to track prey without divine blessing. Naruto grinned. Been a while since anyone called me that. Most just knew me as the wild sage. Impossible, Thalia said. That's just a myth. Says the daughter of Zeus to the goddess of the hunt, Naruto countered with a smirk. How did you know I was? Your lightning smells like your dad's. Slightly different undertone, but definitely the same bloodline. Artemis raised her hand, silencing further questions. If you truly are the wild beast of legend, prove it. Show me the mark. Without hesitation, Naruto pulled down the collar of his jacket, revealing a spiraling seal pattern over his heart that seemed to shift between tattoo and living energy. Within it burned 9 small flames arranged in a circle. Artemis lowered her bow, and after a moment of hesitation, motioned for her hunters to do the same. It is him. The ancient texts speak of this mark, the binding of the 9 primal forces into one vessel. So you believe me now? Naruto asked. I believe you are who you claim to be, Artemis replied carefully. That doesn't mean I trust you. A faint smile touched Naruto's lips. Fair enough. Lady Artemis, Thalia said, we can't just. The forest erupted in chaos. Trees bent unnaturally, their branches reaching like claws. The ground split, releasing noxious gas that formed vaguely humanoid shapes. The same black corruption that had infected the chimera was transforming the forest itself. Defensive formation. Artemis commanded, her bow firing silver arrows that temporarily dispersed the gas creatures. Naruto's hands flashed through seals. Wind style, pressure damage. A concentrated blast of wind cut through several corrupted trees, revealing more gas forms behind them. They're hurting us. Thalia realized as the hunters backed toward a ravine. Because they want us trapped, Naruto said. He bit his thumb, drawing blood, and slammed his palm to the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A massive toad materialized beneath him, orange-red and wearing a blue vest. Gamakichi. Naruto called to the confused toad. Long time no see. The toad blinked. Naruto. Where have you been for the past? Explain later, fight now. Naruto pointed to the corrupted forest spirits closing in. Gamakichi took a deep breath and spat oil at the nearest corruption. Artemis immediately fired a flaming arrow into it, creating an explosive fireball that cleared a path. This way, she called to her hunters, who moved with perfect coordination despite their shock at the giant talking toad. Naruto jumped from Gamakichi's head, hands already forming new seals. Earth style, moving earth core. The ground beneath the corrupted spirits heaved upward, trapping them in rapidly hardening mud. Thalia fought beside him, her spear discharging lightning that seemed drawn to the corruption, disrupting its form temporarily. Whatever you're doing, keep it up. I'm just getting started, Naruto replied. Golden chakra chains erupted from his back, piercing through multiple corruption forms and anchoring them in place. Lady Artemis. Can you purify them once they're restrained? The goddess nodded, planting her feet in the center of their defensive circle. Silver light radiated from her as she called upon her most ancient power, the purification of wilderness. Where her light touched the corruption, it hissed and retreated. It's fighting back, she said, strain evident in her voice. This corruption resists divine energy. Then let's try something that isn't divine, Naruto suggested. He closed his eyes briefly, and when they reopened, they had transformed, orange pigmentation surrounding them, and his pupils horizontal like a toad's. Sage mode. Natural energy surged around him, but unlike the god's power, it didn't oppose the corruption, it simply overpowered it through perfect balance. Naruto moved through the fighting hunters, touching each corrupted spirit and drawing the blackness into himself, where Kurama's chakra neutralized it. The battle lasted only minutes, but by the end, the clearing was devastated. Trees lay splintered, the ground scorched and torn. The hunters gathered around Artemis, watching warily as Naruto dismissed his toad summon with a thankful nod. You're really him, Thalia said, breaking the silence. The wild beast. I prefer Naruto, but yeah. He sat cross-legged on a boulder, seemingly unbothered by the aftermath of combat. Those corrupted spirits were just foot soldiers. Whatever's causing this is bigger, much bigger. Artemis approached him, her divine form now settled into that of a young woman with auburn hair. The corruption resisted my powers. That shouldn't be possible. Because it's older than your domain, Naruto explained. It's from the time when the boundaries between order and chaos were still being established. Someone's tapping into that primordial chaos and using it to corrupt natural forces. For what purpose? Naruto's expression grew serious. Best guess. To weaken the barriers between realms. Mortal world, divine world, Tartarus, and others, they're all separated by boundaries that rely on natural law to maintain stability. A hunter stepped forward, the same one Naruto had healed. Phoebe. Lady Artemis, I felt something while he was healing me. Memories that aren't mine. I saw a beast with two heads, drinking something golden from a spring. Naruto's head snapped up. Two heads. You're sure? She nodded. Orthus, Artemis said, her face paling slightly. Brother of Cerberus. But Heracles slew him thousands of years ago. Maybe he didn't stay slain, Naruto suggested. If he somehow accessed the primordial waters, the same waters I used to maintain my existence all those centuries ago. Thalia looked between them. So we're dealing with a zombie two-headed dog from before the gods existed? That's actually pretty accurate, Naruto said with a hint of admiration. And if I'm right, we're gonna need help. The kind that only Olympus can provide. Artemis studied him. You've avoided the gods for millennia. Why seek their help now? Because this isn't just about wilderness anymore. If Orthus is trying to collapse the boundaries between realms, everything goes down. Divine, mortal, doesn't matter. Total reset button. The forest around them had gone unnaturally silent, as if the natural world itself was holding its breath. We camp here tonight, Artemis decided. Tomorrow we go to Olympus. Just like that? Thalia asked. We're trusting him. For now, Artemis replied. Until I learn more about his intentions. She fixed Naruto with a silver stare. The wild beast was known to be unpredictable but never malicious. I hope that remains true. Naruto met her gaze without flinching. I protect what matters. Always have. And what matters to you, wild sage? Artemis asked. Naruto looked around at the damaged forest, then at the wounded hunters being treated by their sisters. Balance. Without it, everything falls apart. As night fell, the hunters established camp with practiced efficiency. Silver tents appeared in a perfect circle, with Artemis's larger tent at the northern point. Naruto sat apart from them, perched on a high branch at the edge of their camp, watching. Thalia approached, carrying a plate of food. Lady Artemis says you should eat. Naruto jumped down, landing silently. Thanks. Not really necessary for me, but I appreciate the gesture. You don't need to eat. She raised an eyebrow. I can draw sustenance directly from natural energy, he explained, taking the plate anyway. But food tastes good, so I'm not complaining. Thalia watched him eat for a moment. So you're really from before the gods? Some of them, Naruto corrected. Chaos, Gaia, Uranus, they came first. Then the Titans. I emerged somewhere during that transition, when wild energy was still figuring out what it wanted to be. And you chose to be human-shaped. Naruto shrugged. Made interaction easier. I spent time with early humans, liked how they thought, how they felt. Decided their form was as good as any. That's actually kind of sweet, Thalia admitted reluctantly. What about you? Naruto asked. Daughter of Zeus who joined the eternal maiden hunt. Interesting choice. Thalia's expression hardened. It was that or die on my 16th birthday. Prophecy stuff. Ah, prophecies. Naruto rolled his eyes. Always complicating things. But that's not the only reason you stayed, is it? What do you mean? Your loyalty to Artemis. It goes beyond obligation. I can sense it. Thalia shifted uncomfortably. She saved me. Gave me purpose, family, immortality. The hunters are my sisters now. Naruto nodded, understanding in his eyes. Bonds matter. More than power, more than time. Is that why you're helping us? Some ancient bond? Partially, Naruto admitted. And partially because whatever's happening threatens everything I care about. The natural world was my first home. I won't let it be corrupted. A conch horn sounded, calling the hunters to gather. Thalia took his empty plate. That's the signal for council. Lady Artemis wants you there. The council took place around a silver fire that burned without fuel. The hunters sat in concentric circles, with Artemis seated on a simple wooden throne. She gestured for Naruto to join them. Sisters, Artemis addressed her hunters, we face an ancient threat beyond our usual quarry. The wild sage has provided information that must be considered. One of the older hunters spoke up. How can we trust the word of a male, my lady? Even an ancient one? The wild beast is not merely male, Zoe, Artemis replied. He is a primordial force that chose male form, just as some chose female, or both, or neither. His existence predates such distinctions. Naruto let the discussion wash over him, focusing instead on sensing the forest around them. The corruption had retreated, but he could feel it lingering at the edges of his awareness, watching, waiting. Naruto, Artemis said, pulling his attention back. Explain what you know of this corruption. He leaned forward. It's primordial chaos energy, modified and directed. In its pure form, it's neither good nor evil, just possibility without form. But someone's weaponized it, targeting specifically the connections between realms. To what end? Thalia asked. Ever try to knock down a wall between rooms? Naruto asked. You get one bigger room. Someone wants to collapse all the separate realms into one chaotic space where traditional divine power means nothing. Murmurs spread through the hunters. And you believe this is the work of Orthus? Artemis pressed. The two-headed hound was always clever, Naruto said. While Cerberus guarded boundaries, Orthus longed to tear them down. If he somehow survived and gained access to primordial waters, he could have evolved beyond his original form. Phoebe spoke up. In the vision I saw, he was drinking something golden. Could that be what you mean? Exactly that, Naruto confirmed. The waters of primordial potential. They flow at the very foundations of reality. I used them to maintain my form over centuries. In the wrong hands, they could unmake existence as we know it. Tomorrow we journey to Olympus, Artemis announced. The council must be informed. Thalia, select 4 of our best to accompany us. The rest will continue tracking the corruption spread. Yes, my lady. Thalia stood, already mentally selecting her team. And Naruto, Artemis added, you will stay within my sight at all times. He grinned. Worried I'll run off, Lady Artemis? Worried you'll cause trouble, she corrected, though a faint smile tugged at her lips. Your reputation precedes you. The meeting dispersed, with hunters returning to their duties or retiring to their tents. Naruto remained by the fire, watching the silver flames dance. Artemis lingered. You're concerned, she observed. More than you've revealed to my hunters. Naruto nodded slowly. This corruption, it's familiar. Like I've faced it before, but can't remember when or how. Your memories are incomplete. Something forced me into dormancy centuries ago. My memories from before that time are fragmented. Artemis sat beside him, her divine aura mixing with the natural energy that constantly surrounded Naruto. The legends say the wild beast chose to sleep when humanity began to lose its connection to nature. Maybe, Naruto said. But it doesn't feel like a choice I would make. Abandoning the world to sleep? Not my style. Then what? I think someone wanted me out of the way. Naruto's eyes flashed red momentarily. And I think it might have been Orthus. A comfortable silence fell between them, God and Primordial being watching silver flames together. Your hunters don't fully trust me, Naruto observed eventually. They trust little outside our sisterhood, Artemis replied. Especially those with male form. But you're different. She turned to him. I remember the old stories. The wild beast taught the first mortal hunters their craft, showing them how to live in harmony with nature rather than simply conquering it. You respected the balance long before the gods understood its importance. And you? Naruto asked. Do you trust me, Artemis? I trust your nature, she answered carefully. Whether that extends to you personally remains to be seen. Naruto laughed, a genuine, warm sound that seemed to brighten the night around them. Fair enough. I wouldn't trust me right away either. Artemis found herself smiling despite her resolve to remain detached. There was something disarmingly genuine about this ancient being. The moment was interrupted by a scream from the perimeter. Both were on their feet instantly, rushing toward the sound. They found a hunter on watch, backing away from the tree line. Black tendrils of corruption snaked through the undergrowth toward her. It followed us, Thalia said, appearing beside Artemis with her spear ready. Naruto stepped forward, sage markings appearing around his eyes. No. It's been watching us, waiting for an opportunity. The corruption surged suddenly, splitting into dozens of tendrils that rushed toward the camp from all directions. Defensive positions. Artemis commanded, her bow materializing as she fired silver arrows into the largest tendrils. Naruto's hands flashed through seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 20 perfect copies of Naruto appeared, each moving to a different section of the perimeter. The real Naruto raised his hand, a swirling blue sphere forming above his palm. Rasengan. He slammed it into the ground, sending a wave of chakra through the soil that temporarily disrupted the corruption's advance. Thalia fought alongside several hunters, her spear cutting through tendrils that tried to encircle them. They're hurting us again, she called out. No, Naruto realized suddenly. They're searching for something. He turned to Artemis. The corruption, it wants your divine essence. Understanding dawned on the goddess's face. Orthus is consuming divine power. A tendril shot toward Artemis with unexpected speed. Before anyone could react, it wrapped around her ankle. Silver light flared as her divine aura fought the corruption, but the tendril began to pulse, drawing energy from her. Naruto was there in an instant, golden chains erupting from his back and severing the connection. Don't let them touch you, he shouted to the hunters. They're designed to drain divine energy. More tendrils surged forward, targeting Artemis specifically. Naruto stood before her, hands forming new seals. Sage Art, Gate of the Great Beast. The ground trembled as massive torii gates rose around the camp's perimeter, golden energy connecting them in a barrier. The corruption slammed against it, hissing and writhing. This won't hold forever, Naruto warned, strain evident in his voice. The corruption is adapting. Artemis placed her hand on his shoulder, silver energy flowing into his technique. Then we adapt faster. Their energies mingled, divine and primordial, creating a shield of silver gold light that pushed the corruption back yard by yard. Thalia watched in awe as Artemis and Naruto worked in perfect synchronization, their powers complementing each other in ways she'd never seen her lady connect with anyone before. The corruption retreated, unable to penetrate their combined defense. As the last tendril slithered away into the darkness, Naruto released his technique, the gates sinking back into the earth. They'll be back, he said, breathing heavily. With a better strategy. Artemis nodded. Then we must reach Olympus before that happens. The hunters gathered around, many looking at Naruto with new respect, or at least less suspicion. We leave at first light, Artemis decided. No more delays. As the hunters dispersed to prepare, Thalia approached Naruto. That thing you did with the gates, I've never seen anything like it. Ancient technique, he explained. From before the boundaries between realms were fully established. And it worked better with Lady Artemis's power added, she observed. Naruto nodded thoughtfully. Divine and primordial energies shouldn't mix so easily. It's strange. Strange how? Like we've done it before, he said quietly. Thalia studied him. You really don't remember everything about your past, do you? Parts are clear, parts are foggy. He tapped his temple. Something doesn't want me remembering. Maybe Zeus can help with that, Thalia suggested. He's kind of an expert on memory manipulation. Naruto chuckled. Somehow I doubt your dad will be eager to help me get my memories back. Gods tend to prefer primordial beings stay forgotten. You might be surprised, Thalia said. Zeus respects power, especially when it's on his side. And what makes you think I'll be on his side? Thalia gestured to the camp, where hunters were preparing for tomorrow's journey. You're on our side. That counts for something. Naruto watched as Artemis moved among her hunters, checking on each personally. Your lady is different from most gods I've known. Less self-centered. Don't let her hear you comparing her to most gods, Thalia warned with a smirk. She's quite proud of being exceptional. This drew a genuine laugh from Naruto. Noted. I'll keep my comparisons appropriately flattering. Smart man. Thalia hesitated, then added, or whatever you are. I'm just Naruto, he replied. Always have been, always will be. Titles and origins don't change that. Thalia nodded, a new understanding passing between them. Get some rest, Naruto. Tomorrow we face Olympus, and that's never easy, even for gods. As Thalia walked away, Artemis approached. My lieutenant seems to be warming to you. She's smart, Naruto said. Sees beyond appearances. A necessary trait for a hunter, Artemis agreed. She hesitated, then asked, the corruption, could you sense its source? Naruto closed his eyes, extending his senses outward. Northwest, moving erratically. Not a straight path, more like it's gathering something. Other divine essences, Artemis suggested. Probably. He opened his eyes. We should warn the minor gods and nature spirits. They'd be easy targets. Artemis nodded. I've already sent messengers. She studied him. You truly care about this world. I helped shape it, Naruto said simply. In small ways, long ago. You protect what you help create, that's just how it works. A sentiment few gods would understand, Artemis noted. Maybe that's why the world's in the state it's in. Artemis didn't disagree. You should rest. Even primordial beings need recovery after battle. Actually, there's something I'd like to try first, Naruto said. With your permission. What is it? A healing technique for the forest itself. The corruption leaves traces that could spread if not cleansed. Artemis considered this. Show me. They walked to the edge of camp. Naruto sat cross-legged, motioning for Artemis to join him. When she did, he offered his hands. Physical contact makes this easier, he explained. After a moment's hesitation, she placed her hands in his. Immediately, she felt his energy, wild but disciplined, ancient but somehow fresh, like the first rainfall on new earth. Close your eyes, Naruto instructed. Let your awareness extend into your domain, the wilderness, the hunt, the moon. Artemis did so, her consciousness spreading through the forest. She could feel every tree, every creature, every drop of dew, and the lingering darkness of corruption like oil on water. Now watch, Naruto said softly. Golden energy flowed from him into her, not dominating or controlling, but harmonizing. Where their energies touched the corruption, it dissolved, not fought or destroyed, but gently persuaded back into natural balance. How are you doing this? She whispered, amazed at how effortlessly their powers worked together. I'm not fighting it, Naruto explained. I'm reminding it what it was before someone twisted it. All energy remembers its original purpose if you help it remember. They worked in silence for nearly an hour, their combined consciousness flowing through the forest like water, healing, restoring, balancing. When they finally opened their eyes, the night around them seemed brighter, healthier. That was. Artemis searched for words. Remarkable. Naruto smiled, and for a moment, Artemis caught a glimpse of something ancient and wise behind his youthful face, the true nature of the wild beast. Thank you for trusting me, he said, releasing her hands. Perhaps Thalia is right, Artemis said as they walked back to camp. Having you on our side may count for more than I initially believed. Morning came with unusual silence, no birds sang, no insects chirped. Naruto stood at the edge of camp, watching the sunrise paint the sky in shades of gold and crimson. The wild things sense what's coming, he told Artemis as she joined him. They're hiding, waiting. Like before a great storm, she agreed. Thalia approached with 4 hunters, Phoebe, a dark-haired girl named Diana, a redhead called Atlanta, and a solemn-faced blonde introduced as Naomi. We're ready, my lady, Thalia reported. How do we get to Olympus? Naruto asked. I'm guessing it's not just a matter of climbing a mountain anymore. The Empire State Building, Artemis said. The entrance is there. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Seriously? You moved Olympus to New York. Western civilization shifts, and Olympus follows, she explained. The gods go where power flows. Ha! Naruto seemed amused. I've been asleep longer than I thought. They traveled quickly, Artemis bending space around them to shorten distances. What should have been a journey of days compressed into hours. Yet even with divine assistance, they encountered resistance, pockets of corruption blocking their path, forcing detours. It's like it knows where we're going, Diana observed after they dispatched yet another cluster of corrupted spirits. It does, Naruto confirmed. Whatever's controlling this wants to delay us. By midday, they reached the outskirts of New York City. Naruto stared at the skyline with undisguised wonder. Humans have been busy, he remarked, taking in the towering buildings and endless streams of traffic. So many people, so much energy. Focus, Thalia reminded him. We need to get to the Empire State Building without attracting attention. They disguised themselves, hunters in casual teenage clothing, Artemis appearing as a young woman in silvery athletic wear, and Naruto transforming his orange and black outfit into jeans and a simple orange t-shirt. As they navigated the crowded streets, Naruto suddenly tensed. Something's watching us. The others scanned the crowds, seeing nothing unusual among the throngs of mortals. There, Naruto pointed to a sleek black dog sitting unnaturally still amid the pedestrian chaos. Its eyes tracked their movement with intelligence no animal should possess. A scout, Artemis said quietly. The dog's form rippled suddenly, black corruption spreading across its body. Before anyone could react, it bolted into an alley. Should we pursue it? Thalia asked. Naruto shook his head. It's just reporting our position. We need to move faster. They picked up their pace, weaving through Midtown Manhattan. The Empire State Building loomed ahead, its spire reaching toward the clouds. As they approached the landmark, the sky darkened unnaturally. People on the streets looked up in confusion, some pulling out phones to check weather apps. That's not natural, Naomi said, hand instinctively reaching for her bow. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he stared at the gathering clouds. It's searching for us. Inside, quickly, Artemis ordered. They rushed into the Empire State Building's lobby, bypassing the tourist lines. Artemis approached the security desk, speaking quietly to the guard. He nodded, handing her a key card. Special elevator, she explained, leading them to a separate bank of elevators away from the main tourist ones. As the doors closed behind them, Naruto felt a shift in reality, the elevator moving not just upward but sideways, through dimensions. The sensation was familiar yet strange, reminding him of transitions he'd made long ago between realms. 600th floor, the elevator announced in a melodic female voice. The doors opened to reveal Olympus. Naruto stepped out, taking in the magnificent sight. White marble buildings with gold and silver trim rose around a central path. Gardens bloomed impossibly, defying seasons. Divine energy saturated everything, making the air itself seem to shimmer. Different from what I remember, he commented. More modern. Rebuilt after the Titan War, Thalia explained. Annabeth Chase designed it, daughter of Athena. Impressive work, Naruto said sincerely. Minor gods and nature spirits stopped to stare as their group passed. Word of their arrival spread quickly, and by the time they reached the main temple complex, a crowd had gathered to catch a glimpse of the legendary wild beast. Zeus awaited them on his throne, already in full divine form rather than human size. Around him sat several other Olympians, Apollo, Athena, Hermes, and Dionysus. Daughter, Zeus acknowledged Artemis. His electric blue eyes, so similar to Thalia's, fixed on Naruto. And the wild sage, awakened after all this time. Naruto met the God King's gaze without flinching. Zeus. You've grown since I last saw you. The whole King of the Gods thing seems to be working out. A dangerous silence followed his casual greeting. Thalia tensed, expecting her father's legendary temper to flare. Instead, Zeus laughed, a sound like distant thunder. Still irreverent, I see. Some things never change. While others change too much, Naruto replied, his tone sobering. Like the balance between order and chaos. Zeus's expression darkened. Artemis has informed us of this corruption. You claim Orthus is behind it? All evidence points that way, Naruto confirmed. And if I'm right, he's targeting divine essence, consuming it to grow stronger. Athena leaned forward on her throne. The hound was cunning, but never powerful enough for this scale of threat. He's evolved, Naruto explained. Accessed primordial waters, merged with chaos energy. The Orthus you knew is just the foundation for what he's becoming. And your sudden awakening? Apollo questioned, sunlight glinting off his perfect teeth. Quite the coincidence. No coincidence, Naruto said. I think Orthus sealed me away centuries ago, knowing I could recognize and counter what he planned. My awakening means whatever he's planning is reaching its critical stage. Zeus stroked his beard thoughtfully. What proof do you offer of these claims? In response, Naruto reached into his pocket, producing a small vial of the black corruption he'd collected during their journey. This isn't just tainted essence. It's programmed, designed specifically to seek and consume divine energy while avoiding primordial energy like mine. He set the vial on the floor. The corruption inside immediately pressed toward the gods, ignoring Naruto completely. See how it reacts to you but not to me, he pointed out. It's been engineered with a purpose. Athena rose, approaching the vial cautiously. Sophisticated work. Beyond what a mere monster should be capable of. Exactly, Naruto said. Which means Orthus has help, or he's become something far beyond his original nature. Zeus's expression was grim. What do you propose, wild sage? First, warn all divine beings, major, minor, doesn't matter. Tell them to shield their essence. Second, we need to find Orthus before he completes whatever he's planning. And third. Naruto hesitated. Speak, Zeus commanded. We need to prepare for the possibility that the boundaries between realms might temporarily collapse. That means securing Tartarus, the underworld, and any other pocket dimensions connected to this one. The throne room erupted in concerned murmurs. You speak of catastrophic events, Athena noted. The last time realms collapsed into one another was during the first Titanomachy. Which is why we need to act quickly, Naruto insisted. Lady Artemis and I have already discovered that our powers can work in harmony to counteract the corruption. With more gods involved, you presume much, Zeus interrupted. Coordination between gods is complicated. Naruto fought the urge to roll his eyes. Divine politics isn't a luxury we can afford right now. This threat doesn't care about your family squabbles. The air crackled with electricity as Zeus's anger flared. Mind your tone, wild beast. You stand in my domain. Artemis stepped forward. Father, I've witnessed Naruto's abilities firsthand. His knowledge of this corruption exceeds our own. We would be wise to heed his counsel. Zeus considered this, his stormy eyes moving between his daughter and the Primordial being beside her. Very well, he decided finally. Artemis, you will continue working with the wild sage to track and contain this threat. Apollo, alert the minor gods and nature spirits. Athena, research all we know of Orthus and primordial boundaries. Hermes, deliver warnings to all realms, including the underworld. The gods nodded, accepting their assignments. And Naruto, Zeus added, using his name for the first time, you will share everything you know with us. No secrets, no half-truths. Wouldn't dream of it, Naruto replied with a slight smile. As the council disbanded, Artemis led Naruto and her hunters to her palace within the divine city, a silver structure surrounded by moonlit gardens where impossible combinations of plants grew together in perfect harmony. We'll rest here before continuing our hunt, she told them. The corruption cannot easily penetrate Olympus itself. Inside, her hunters dispersed to guest quarters, leaving Artemis, Thalia, and Naruto in the central atrium. You stood up to my father, Thalia noted, sounding impressed. Not many do that and walk away unscorched. I've known him longer, Naruto shrugged. Besides, he knows I'm right, he just doesn't like admitting it. A common trait among the gods, Artemis acknowledged with surprising candor. Naruto walked to a fountain in the center of the atrium, where silver water flowed in complex patterns. He dipped his fingers in, feeling the divine energy pulse through the liquid. Your essence is in everything here, he observed. The whole palace is an extension of you. Artemis nodded. As is customary for divine dwellings. Which makes it both powerful and vulnerable, Naruto said thoughtfully. If Orthus can corrupt divine essence. Understanding dawned on Thalia's face. You think Olympus itself could be targeted? It's the greatest concentration of divine power in this realm, Naruto pointed out. Why settle for hunting minor gods when you could tap the source? Artemis's expression hardened. We should warn the council immediately. They won't believe it's possible, Thalia said. The barriers around Olympus have never been breached except by invitation or during full-scale war. Those barriers were designed to keep out conventional threats, Naruto countered. Titans, giants, monsters. But primordial chaos energy doesn't play by those rules. It existed before the rules were written. Artemis considered this. What would you suggest? We need to modify Olympus's defenses to recognize and repel the corruption specifically. Naruto thought for a moment. The technique we used in the forest, the combination of your divine power and my sage energy. Could it be expanded to Olympus's scale? Perhaps, Artemis said, but it would require the cooperation of multiple gods. And we all know how well they cooperate, Thalia muttered. Naruto grinned. Then we need a proof of concept. Something impressive enough to convince them. Before they could discuss further, a flash of golden light announced Apollo's arrival. The sun god materialized in the atrium, his casual demeanor at odds with the gravity of the situation. Little sis, he greeted Artemis, ignoring her scowl at the term. Wild sage. He nodded to Naruto. Thought you should know, we're detecting corruption outbreaks in multiple locations simultaneously. Whatever your two-headed dog is planning, he's accelerating. Where? Artemis demanded. Major ley lines, mostly, Apollo replied. Places where the boundary between realms is naturally thinner. Dad's dispatched minor gods to investigate, but they're just reporting back, not engaging. Naruto's expression grew concerned. He's mapping the weak points. Testing where the boundaries give most easily. Like pressure testing a dam, Thalia suggested. Exactly. Naruto turned to Artemis. We need to examine one of these sites. See exactly what he's doing to the boundaries. Artemis nodded. Apollo, which location is nearest? Central Park, he replied. The reservoir specifically. Something's turning the water black. The journey from Olympus to Central Park took moments with divine transportation. They materialized near the reservoir, immediately sensing the wrongness in the air. The normally busy park was strangely empty, mortal instincts driving people away from the corruption without them understanding why. The reservoir's water had turned viscous and dark, pulsing with unnatural energy. Black tendrils occasionally rose from the surface before sinking back down. The mist is working overtime to hide this, Apollo noted, gesturing to the few mortals at the far edges of the park who walked past without noticing anything amiss. Naruto approached the water's edge cautiously. This isn't just corruption. It's a conversion point. Meaning? Thalia asked, her spear ready. It's transforming normal water into primordial fluid, the same substance Orthus used to evolve. Naruto knelt, not touching the liquid but studying it intently. Clever. He's creating more of his power source. Can we purify it? Artemis asked. Not conventionally, Naruto said. But remember what we did in the forest. That same technique, but focused on conversion rather than purification. Artemis nodded, understanding. Apollo, guard the perimeter with Thalia. Ensure no mortals approach. The sun god winked at his sister. Quality time with the wild sage. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. That leaves very little restricted, Artemis replied dryly, turning back to Naruto as her brother laughed and moved away with Thalia. Naruto and Artemis positioned themselves at opposite sides of the reservoir. At Naruto's direction, they began channeling their energies, not fighting the corruption directly, but establishing a new pattern for it to follow. Like redirecting a river, Naruto called across the water. Don't dam it, guide it. Their energies met in the center of the reservoir, golden and silver light intertwining. Where they touched the corrupted water, it began to change, not returning to normal, but transforming into something else, something balanced between order and chaos. The water cleared gradually, taking on a crystalline quality that reflected both moonlight and sunlight simultaneously despite the time of day. It's working, Artemis said, amazement in her voice. Naruto nodded, concentration evident on his face. Now for the hard part. He clapped his hands together, sage markings spreading across his skin. The water responded, rising in a swirling column before collapsing back with a thunderous splash. When it settled, the reservoir was normal again, ordinary water, no trace of corruption or divine energy. What did you do? Artemis asked, approaching him. Completed the cycle, Naruto explained, breathing heavily. Corruption to balance to normalcy. It's how natural energy is supposed to flow. Apollo rejoined them, examining the water with obvious interest. Impressive. You've not just removed the corruption but prevented it from returning. For now, Naruto cautioned. This was just one site. How many others did you say there were? 17 and counting, Apollo admitted. Thalia whistled. We can't possibly handle that many individually. We won't have to, Naruto said. This was just to understand the process. Now I know what Orthus is doing, we can develop a broader countermeasure. He turned to the divine twins. I need to speak to Zeus again. And this time, I need all the Olympians present. The return to Olympus was immediate, Apollo flashing them directly to the throne room. Word spread quickly, and within the hour, all 12 Olympian gods had assembled. The atmosphere was tense, charged with divine power as the gods took their massive thrones, looking down at Naruto standing in the center. Zeus called for silence. The wild sage has requested this full council. Speak, Naruto. Naruto looked around at the assembled gods, some curious, some suspicious, some openly hostile. Orthus is creating conversion points, he began without preamble. Locations where normal matter and energy are transformed into primordial essence, the raw material he needs for his plan. Which is what, exactly? Athena asked. Based on what we've observed, he's trying to revert specific locations to their primordial state, before the separation of realms. If he succeeds, the boundaries between the mortal world, Olympus, the underworld, and Tartarus will temporarily collapse. Hades, unusually present for an Olympian meeting, leaned forward. To what purpose? Even primordial beings need structure to exist. Power, Naruto said simply. In a truly primordial state, divine hierarchies mean nothing. The oldest forces rule. Orthus has been consuming divine essence, positioning himself to be the dominant power when the collapse occurs. Absurd, Ares scoffed. The dog was a minor monster, hardly worth Heracles' time. The Orthus you knew, yes, Naruto agreed. But he's evolved, using primordial waters to transform himself. The same waters I used to maintain my existence. This caught their attention. Poseidon particularly seemed troubled. You speak of waters older than my domain. The very first waters, Naruto confirmed. From when liquid and solid were still deciding what they wanted to be. How do we stop this? Zeus demanded, bringing the discussion back to the immediate threat. Naruto took a deep breath. Lady Artemis and I have discovered that a combination of divine energy and my primordial sage power can counteract the corruption. We demonstrated this at Central Park. You want us to combine our powers with yours? Hera asked, clearly displeased by the suggestion. Not exactly, Naruto clarified. I've developed a technique that can serve as an interface between different energy types. With your cooperation, we could create a network that identifies and neutralizes conversion points as they form. The gods exchanged glances, their natural reluctance to cooperate with each other, let alone an outside force, evident. This would require tremendous trust, Athena noted. Each god would need to contribute power to a network none of us control. Not control, but influence, Naruto corrected. Think of it as a shared immune system. Each of you would maintain authority over your domain, but your energies would work in concert against this specific threat. Debate erupted among the gods, arguments flying back and forth across the throne room. Zeus finally silenced them with a thunderclap. This requires consideration, he announced. The council will deliberate. Naruto found himself escorted from the throne room by Hermes, who gave him an apologetic shrug. Divine politics. They could be at it for days. We don't have days, Naruto said grimly. Artemis and Thalia were waiting in the antechamber. What happened? Thalia asked. They're deliberating, Naruto replied, making air quotes. Meanwhile, Orthus continues his work unchallenged. Artemis sighed. I feared as much. The council rarely moves quickly on matters requiring cooperation. Then we act independently, Naruto decided. How many of the conversion sites can we reach quickly? With my help, several, Artemis said. But not all 17. We start with the most critical, Naruto suggested. The ones at major intersections of ley lines. Apollo emerged from the throne room, his usual carefree expression replaced by determination. I'll help. Zeus may take forever to decide, but I've seen what you two did at the reservoir. That makes 3 gods, Thalia noted, counting herself with her divine parents' blood. For, actually, came a new voice. They turned to see Hermes leaning against a column. I'm the messenger god. I go everywhere anyway. Might as well make myself useful. Naruto grinned. That's more like it. The conversation halted as the throne room doors burst open. A minor god, one Naruto didn't recognize, rushed in, panic evident on his face. Lord Zeus. The corruption has reached Camp Half-Blood. The news galvanized the Olympians. Zeus appeared in the doorway, his expression thunderous. How? The camp's barriers should prevent this. It came through the lake, the messenger reported. Just as Lord Apollo described from Central Park. The water turned black, and now creatures of corruption emerged from it. Athena appeared beside Zeus. The camp sits on a convergence of ley lines. A natural target. Zeus turned to Naruto. Your network, how quickly can it be established? With 4 gods. We could create a prototype immediately, Naruto replied. Enough to shield the camp, at least. Do it, Zeus commanded. Apollo, Artemis, Hermes, you will assist the wild sage. Save the camp and its demigods. And if it works? Artemis asked. Zeus's expression remained stern, but he nodded slightly. Then the council will reconsider your proposal. Camp Half-Blood was in chaos when they arrived. Demigods fought against corrupted water spirits emerging from the lake, while satyrs tried to maintain the magical boundaries that were visibly weakening under the assault. Chiron galloped to meet them, his horse half spattered with black ichor. Lady Artemis, Lords Apollo and Hermes. And he paused, studying Naruto with ancient eyes that widened in recognition. The wild sage. The stories were true. Save the reunion for later, Apollo suggested, notching a golden arrow. Lake first, then introductions. The corruption had transformed the camp's lake into something alien, a writhing mass of black energy that barely maintained liquid form. Tentacles of corruption reached for demigods who ventured too close, while the water itself seemed to be eroding the very ground it touched. Chiron, get everyone back, Naruto instructed. At least 100 yards from the shoreline. The centaur nodded, galloping off to organize the retreat. Naruto turned to his divine allies. We need to form a tetrad pattern around the lake. Equal distances, facing inward. They positioned themselves accordingly, Artemis to the north, Apollo south, Hermes east, and Naruto west. Thalia stood behind Artemis, her spear ready to defend against any corrupted entities that might interfere. Channel your divine energy outward, but don't release it yet, Naruto called to them. Think of it as creating a vessel, not firing an arrow. The gods complied, their auras flaring visibly, silver for Artemis, gold for Apollo, blue-white for Hermes. Naruto's own energy manifested as golden chakra swirling with red undertones, the sage markings around his eyes spreading across his skin in intricate patterns. Now, on my signal, direct your energy not at the corruption, but at me. The gods hesitated momentarily, centuries of ingrained caution making them wary of channeling divine power toward another being. Trust him. Artemis called to her fellow Olympians. I've seen this work. With that reassurance, they readied themselves. Naruto formed a complex sequence of hand seals, golden chains erupting from his back and extending toward each god. Now, he shouted. 3 streams of divine energy flowed along the chains toward Naruto. Instead of entering his body directly, the energy orbited him in concentric rings, mingling with his own golden chakra. The combination created a new form of energy, neither fully divine nor fully primordial, but a perfect synthesis. Sage art, harmonic convergence. Naruto slammed his palm to the ground. Golden light shot through the earth, creating a glowing grid pattern beneath the lake. Where this energy touched the corruption, it didn't fight it, it transformed it, guiding the chaotic energy back toward natural balance. The lake's surface began to change, the blackness receding from the edges inward. Corrupted spirits screeched as they were caught in the transformation, either returning to their natural forms or dissolving entirely if too far gone. Sweat poured down Naruto's face as he maintained the technique. Almost, there. With a final surge of combined power, the lake flashed brilliantly, temporarily blinding everyone watching. When vision returned, the water was clear and blue again, gently lapping at normal shores. The demigods cheered from their safe distance, weapons raised in triumph. But the celebration was premature. Something still there, Artemis warned, her bow materializing in her hands. At the center of the lake. The water bulged upward, forming a swirling vortex. From its depths rose a figure, humanoid but clearly not human. Black fluid clung to its form like a second skin, occasionally splitting to reveal glimpses of something canine underneath. Two heads emerged from the shoulders, not fully formed, but suggestions of monstrous dog heads that shifted and reformed constantly. Orthus, Naruto breathed, recognition and forgotten memories flooding back. The figure hovered above the lake's center, its form still unstable. When it spoke, the voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. "The wild beast awakens," it said, the sound like gravel being crushed. How nostalgic. "This ends now," Naruto called out, golden chakra flaring around him. "You can't sustain that form in this realm without a proper anchor." The figure's laugh echoed across the water. "Bold words from someone who failed to stop me before. How long did you sleep, old friend? While I worked and evolved and prepared. What do you want, Orthus?" Artemis demanded, silver arrow aimed at the creature's heart. "Why corrupt the natural world?" "Corrupt?" The figure seemed amused. "I'm restoring it to its original state. Before the gods imposed their artificial order." Its attention returned to Naruto. "You of all beings should understand. You, who ran wild when the world was young." "I understood balance," Naruto countered. "Something you never grasped. Primordial chaos isn't freedom, it's just another kind of prison." "Philosophy from the wild beast?" Orthus mocked. "How domesticated you've become." Its form began to dissolve, sinking back into the lake. "Our reunion will come soon enough." This was merely a greeting. "Stop him!" Apollo shouted, golden arrows joining Artemis's silver ones. Naruto's hands blurred through seals. Water prison technique. A sphere of water rose, attempting to trap Orthus's essence. For a moment it seemed to work, the corrupted figure contained within the swirling prison. Then black energy pulsed outward, shattering the technique. "You've grown weak," Orthus's voice echoed as it faded away. "Next time, bring your true power, if you remember how to access it." And then it was gone, leaving only ripples across the lake's surface. Silence fell over Camp Half-Blood as gods, demigods, and the wild sage processed what had just occurred. "He knows you," Thalia said to Naruto. "Personally?" Naruto nodded, his expression troubled. "We've met before. Long ago." He touched his temple. "The memories are returning, but slowly." Chiron approached, his ancient eyes studying Naruto with a mixture of awe and concern. "The wild beast of legend. I never thought to see you in my lifetime, and I have lived many lifetimes indeed." "Just Naruto is fine," he replied with a small smile. The beast thing always felt a bit dramatic. "You've saved the camp," Chiron acknowledged with a bow. "We are in your debt." Apollo clapped Naruto on the shoulder. "Saved the camp and proved your technique works. Zeus will have to listen now." Hermes nodded. "I'll return to Olympus, inform the council of our success." With a flash, the messenger god vanished. Artemis approached Naruto, concern evident in her silver eyes. "What Orthus said about you failing before, do you remember?" Naruto closed his eyes, focusing on the fragments of memory that Orthus's appearance had shaken loose. Pieces. We fought once, long ago. I thought I'd defeated him, sealed him away. Obviously, I was wrong. Or someone released him, Thalia suggested. Either way, he's been planning this for centuries, Naruto said grimly. While I slept, unaware. Artemis placed her hand on his arm, a surprisingly familiar gesture from the normally distant goddess. We should return to Olympus. The council will want a full report, and your network proposal has new credibility now. Naruto nodded, but his gaze lingered on the now calm lake. He'll be back. And next time, he won't just be sending a message. As they prepared to depart, Thalia caught Naruto studying her. What? Something Orthus said, he replied. About bringing my true power. I think I know what he meant. And, she prompted. Naruto looked between Thalia and Artemis. I think the three of us are connected somehow. In ways even I don't fully remember yet. Artemis frowned. That's impossible. I would remember such a connection. Would you? Naruto asked gently. If someone went to great lengths to make us all forget. The question hung in the air between them as Apollo called them over, ready to return to Olympus where the gods awaited, and where decisions would be made that could determine the fate of all realms. Chapter 2, Hunter and Hunted. The grand throne room of Olympus buzzed with tension. 12 massive thrones arranged in a U-shape housed the Olympian gods in their divine forms, each radiating power that made the air itself feel heavy. Naruto stood in the center of the room, unfazed by the collective might surrounding him. Artemis and Apollo had taken their places among the council, while Thalia stood behind her lady's throne, expression unreadable. The wild sage's technique proved effective at Camp Half-Blood, Hermes reported, finishing his account of the previous day's events. The corruption was purged and the lake restored. Zeus leaned forward on his throne of platinum and lightning. And yet this Orthus escaped. He wasn't physically present, Naruto clarified. Just projecting a portion of his consciousness through the corruption. Think of it as a video call rather than an in-person visit. Ares snorted. Coward. Why not face us directly? Because he's smart, Athena replied before Naruto could. He tests our defenses while risking nothing. Poseidon gripped his trident tighter. What concerns me is his ability to corrupt water, my domain. This power crosses boundaries that should be inviolable. Hades, present for this rare full council, nodded grimly. If he can breach divine domains, none of our realms are truly secure. Zeus's electric blue eyes fixed on Naruto. You claim to know this creature from before. Explain. Naruto took a deep breath. My memories are still fragmented, but yes, Orthus and I have history. In the early days, when the Titans were just establishing dominance over the Primordials, Orthus was different. Not just Georian's watchdog as later myths portrayed him. Different how? Athena pressed. He was a guardian of thresholds, places where realms naturally overlapped. While Cerberus guarded the fixed boundary to the underworld, Orthus monitored the shifting boundaries between mortal reality and the divine. So he was originally a protector? Hermes asked. Of a sort, Naruto confirmed. But he grew resentful of his role. He believed the separation of realms was unnatural, that all existence should flow together as it did in the primordial chaos. And you fought him? Artemis asked. Naruto nodded. I sealed him away, or thought I did. Near what's now called the Sea of Monsters. But someone must have released him. Or your seal weakened over time, Athena suggested. Possible, Naruto admitted. I designed it to last as long as I maintained consciousness. When I fell into dormancy. The seal failed, Zeus concluded. And now he threatens all realms with his corruption. Hephaestus, who had been silent until now, leaned forward. This network you propose, how exactly would it function? Naruto brightened at the technical question. It would create an interconnected web of divine and primordial energy that identifies corruption as it forms and neutralizes it automatically. Think of it as an immune system for reality itself. That would require all of us to contribute power, Hera noted with obvious distaste. And trust you to manage it. Not manage, facilitate, Naruto corrected. The network would be self-sustaining once established. I'd just be the conduit that allows different types of energy to work together. The gods exchanged wary glances. Zeus raised his hand for silence. We have deliberated on this matter, he announced. While your demonstration at Camp Half-Blood was impressive, extending such a network across all realms is unprecedented. Before we commit to such an action, we require further proof. Naruto fought down his frustration. With respect, Lord Zeus, Orthus isn't going to wait while we run tests. Nevertheless, Zeus continued, unmoved, the council has decided. You will lead a quest to investigate 3 major corruption sites and demonstrate your technique's effectiveness at each location. If successful, we will consider implementing your network proposal. 3 sites. Thalia spoke up from behind Artemis. There are 17 identified locations already, and more appearing each day. 3 will suffice for proof of concept, Zeus declared. Artemis, you will accompany the wild sage. Take your lieutenant and whichever hunters you deem necessary. Artemis nodded, though her silver eyes betrayed her frustration with the delay. Apollo will provide transportation as needed, Zeus continued. The remaining gods will strengthen our defenses here and at other key locations. Naruto recognized the compromise for what it was, neither full cooperation nor outright rejection. Fine, he said. But we need to move quickly. Where are the 3 sites? Athena waved her hand, and a map materialized in the air before them. The first is at Delphi. My son reports the Oracle's cave has been infiltrated by corruption. The second is in the Everglades, where multiple ley lines converge. The third is at Mount Tam in California. Mount Orthus, Artemis said grimly. Former seat of the Titans. Precisely, Athena confirmed. Each location represents a different type of boundary, divine prophecy, natural power convergence, and a former seat of power. If your technique works in all 3 scenarios, then you'll believe it can work everywhere, Naruto finished. Zeus nodded once. You depart immediately. Artemis, choose your companions wisely. This quest may determine the survival of all our realms. As the council disbanded, Naruto found himself surrounded by Artemis, Thalia, and the 4 hunters who had accompanied them to Olympus. This is a waste of time, Naruto muttered. We should be implementing the network now, not proving it works site by site. Welcome to divine politics, Thalia said dryly. Where the fate of the world takes a back seat to pride and protocol. Artemis shot her lieutenant a warning glance. My father makes decisions with the entirety of divine order in mind. His caution is not unfounded. Maybe, Naruto conceded. But Orthus is moving faster than we are. Every delay gives him more conversion points to work with. Then we move quickly, Artemis decided. Thalia, Phoebe, and Naomi will accompany us. Diana and Atlanta will return to the hunt and continue monitoring other corruption sites. Apollo approached, twirling his car keys around his finger. My chariot's all fueled up. Where to first, sis? Delphi, Artemis replied. The Oracle takes priority. Smart choice, Naruto agreed. If Orthus corrupts the source of prophecy, we'll lose our ability to anticipate his moves. 20 minutes later, they were soaring above the Atlantic in Apollo's sun chariot, currently disguised as a sleek red convertible. Naruto leaned over the side, watching the ocean blur beneath them. This is definitely faster than running, he admitted. Apollo grinned. Nothing's faster than light, wild sage. Drop the wild sage thing, Naruto said. Just Naruto is fine. What's your hurry to reach Delphi? Thalia asked from the back seat, where she sat with Phoebe and Naomi. I thought the Oracle relocated to Camp Half-Blood years ago. The vessel moved, but the source remains, Apollo explained. The spirit of Delphi is anchored to the original cave. That's where its power flows from. And that's what Orthus is targeting, Naruto realized. Not the current oracle, but the wellspring of prophetic energy itself. Artemis nodded. If he corrupts the source, all prophecies could be tainted. The implications hung heavily in the air as they sped eastward. The Mediterranean came into view, then Greece itself. Apollo's chariot descended toward Mount Parnassus, where ancient Delphi had once been the center of the Greek world. They landed in a secluded clearing near the archaeological site, now closed to tourists due to unexpected structural concerns, the mist working overtime to keep mortals away from the supernatural danger. Something's wrong, Apollo said immediately, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by sharp focus. I can't feel the oracle's presence clearly. Naruto closed his eyes, entering sage mode. The corruption's here, but it's different. More subtle. Like it's hiding. They approached the ancient ruins cautiously. To mortal eyes, they were simply weathered stone structures, remnants of a bygone civilization. But to divine sight, golden energy still flowed through the site, centered on a cave partially hidden behind fallen columns. A figure emerged from the ruins, a man in his 30s with sandy hair and intense eyes. He carried a sword of celestial bronze and wore the orange t-shirt of Camp Half-Blood beneath a dusty jacket. Lord Apollo, Lady Artemis, he greeted with a quick bow. We've been expecting you. Malcolm, Apollo acknowledged. What's the situation? Not good, the demigod reported. The corruption reached the cave 3 days ago. We've established a perimeter, but it's spreading beneath the ground where we can't track it. Naruto studied the man. Son of Athena. Malcolm nodded, eyeing Naruto curiously. And you are? This is Naruto, Thalia introduced. He's an ancient ally. The wild sage, Malcolm's eyes widened in recognition. Mother mentioned you in her briefing. Said you'd be coming. How many demigods do you have here? Artemis asked, all business. 6, plus 2 satyrs. We've been working in shifts to maintain the boundary spells, but we're exhausted. Naruto was already moving toward the cave, drawn by his sense of the corruption lurking within. I need to see the source directly. Apollo fell into step beside him. The cave of Delphi is sacred to me. Only the oracle and my chosen may enter. The corruption doesn't care about sacred boundaries, Naruto reminded him. But if it helps, consider me your chosen for this mission. Apollo hesitated, then nodded. Just this once. The entrance to the cave was smaller than Naruto expected, forcing them to duck as they entered. The air grew warmer as they descended, heavy with the scent of laurel and something else, something wrong. There, Apollo pointed to where the narrow passage opened into a wider chamber. That's the heart of the oracle's power. In the center of the chamber, a small fissure in the rock released wisps of green vapor, the pneuma, the divine breath that had inspired the oracle for millennia. But now black tendrils wrapped around the fissure, pulsing as they drank in the sacred emanations. It's siphoning the prophetic energy, Apollo realized, horror in his voice. Converting it to corruption. Naruto crouched near the fissure, careful not to touch the black tendrils. This is more sophisticated than the lake at Camp Half-Blood. The corruption is adapting, becoming more efficient. Artemis and Thalia had followed them into the cave, weapons ready. Can we use the same technique you used at the camp? Artemis asked. With modifications, Naruto said, studying the corruption's pattern. This isn't just contaminating the area, it's specifically targeting the prophetic essence. We need to purify both the location and the energy it's already consumed. If we don't, Apollo added grimly, any prophecies issued could be corrupted too. False visions, misleading guidance. Naruto stood. We need a tetrad pattern again, but focused on recovering the stolen energy, not just neutralizing the corruption. They positioned themselves around the fissure, Apollo, Artemis, Thalia, and Naruto at the cardinal points. Thalia, you'll channel your father's energy, Naruto instructed. The sky's domain includes divine insight. Apollo, you're the center of this one since prophecy is your realm. Lady Artemis and I will serve as stabilizers. Apollo nodded, for once completely serious. On your mark. Naruto formed hand seals, golden chakra chains extending from his back to connect with each of the others. Now. Divine energy flowed along the chains, gold from Apollo, silver from Artemis, electric blue from Thalia. Naruto's sage energy acted as a conduit, harmonizing the different powers into a single force. Sage art, divine restoration. The combined energy shot downward, encircling the corrupted fissure. Where it touched the black tendrils, golden light flared. The corruption writhed, trying to retreat deeper into the earth. It's fighting back, Artemis warned, her silver aura intensifying. Push harder, Naruto urged. We need to purge it completely from the source. Sweat beaded on their foreheads as they poured more power into the technique. The cave began to tremble, small rocks falling from the ceiling as divine energy clashed with primordial corruption. Something's wrong, Apollo suddenly said. It's not just resisting, it's changing direction. Naruto felt it too, the corruption was no longer trying to escape. Instead, it surged upward, directly toward their connecting chains. Break the connection, he shouted. It's trying to use our network against us. The chains disappeared as Naruto released the technique. The corruption, suddenly without opposition, swirled upward, forming a vaguely humanoid shape before their eyes. Clever adaptation, it spoke with Orthus's multi-layered voice. But predictable. Show yourself properly, coward, Apollo demanded, notching a golden arrow. The figure seemed to chuckle, though the sound was more felt than heard. Patience, young god. Our reunion approaches. Its attention turned to Naruto. Your technique is impressive, wild beast. Combining energies that should remain separate. Have you considered you might be doing my work for me? Your work is destruction, Naruto replied. Mine is balance. Such confidence, even with broken memories. The figure began to dissolve, the corruption sinking back toward the fissure. Ask your companions about the old oath. The one that bound three powers together before the gods feared what they couldn't control. Before anyone could respond, the figure collapsed. The corruption around the fissure pulsed once more, then began to disintegrate, leaving the green vapors untainted. Apollo rushed forward, placing his hand over the fissure. Golden light spread from his palm, checking the oracle's source. It's clean, he confirmed with relief. The corruption is gone. Too easily, Naruto said, frowning. It retreated deliberately. Thalia sheathed her spear. What was that about an oath? Artemis's expression was troubled. I know of no such oath. But it seemed to think you should, Naruto pointed out. More missing memories. First mine, now possibly yours. They emerged from the cave to find Malcolm and the other demigod staring at the mountain in amazement. The corruption that had been spreading underground had vanished completely. What did you do in there? Malcolm asked. Purified the source, Apollo explained. But our enemy retreated rather than being defeated. Naruto walked a few paces away, closing his eyes to sense the surrounding area. When he opened them, Artemis stood beside him. You're concerned, she observed. Orthus is playing with us, Naruto said quietly. He could have fought harder for the oracle, but he chose to withdraw. Why? A distraction? Artemis suggested. Maybe. Or he got what he wanted already. Naruto turned to her. That comment about an oath, did it mean anything to you? Anything at all? Artemis hesitated, her silver eyes troubled. There was a moment. When he mentioned it, I felt something. Like reaching for a word on the tip of your tongue, only to have it slip away. Me too, Thalia joined them. Like déjà vu, but stronger. Naruto nodded slowly. Someone has tampered with our memories. All three of us. But who has the power to alter a goddess's memory? Thalia asked. Few beings, Artemis admitted. My father, perhaps. Or entities from before the gods. Like Orthus, Naruto suggested. Or whoever helped him evolve. Apollo approached, keys spinning around his finger. The oracle is secure for now. I've stationed my children to maintain purification rites. Where to next? The Everglades, Artemis decided. If Orthus was willing to abandon Delphi so easily, he may be focusing his efforts elsewhere. During the flight across the Atlantic, Naruto sat silently, eyes closed in meditation. The encounter at Delphi had stirred more memory fragments, flashes of an ancient ritual, three beings standing at the vertices of a triangle, power flowing between them. You remembered something, Artemis said quietly, taking the seat beside him while Apollo concentrated on driving. Naruto opened his eyes. Pieces. A ritual of some kind. You were there, I think. And someone else, someone with lightning. Zeus. Artemis suggested. No, the energy felt different. More. He glanced back at Thalia, who was speaking with Phoebe and Naomi. More like hers, actually. Artemis frowned. That's impossible. Thalia has only existed for a few decades. Unless what we're remembering happened in previous cycles, Naruto said thoughtfully. Cycles. Reincarnation, rebirth, recurrence, whatever you want to call it. Some souls repeat, especially those tied to fundamental forces. Artemis considered this. It's not incompatible with our understanding, though we rarely discuss such matters. Zeus wouldn't appreciate the suggestion that souls recycle outside his domain. Naruto smiled slightly. Gods and their territories. Some things never change. The sun chariot began its descent toward Florida, the vast wetlands of the Everglades spreading below them. Unlike Delphi, where the corruption had been concentrated and hidden, here it was immediately visible, great swaths of black water cutting through the natural green and brown of the swamp. It's worse than we thought, Phoebe said, leaning forward to get a better view. The corruption has spread throughout the entire watershed. Apollo landed the chariot on a relatively dry hammock, an island of higher ground amid the wetlands. The air was thick with humidity and the buzz of insects, though Naruto noticed the wildlife sounds diminished near the corrupted water. No local defenders? Thalia asked, scanning the area. The Everglades are nominally under my brother's protection, Artemis explained, gesturing to Poseidon's domain of water. But he has few children or followers stationed in freshwater regions. Naruto was already in sage mode, his sensitivity to natural energy making him grimace. This corruption is different from Delphi. Less focused but more pervasive. It's changing the entire ecosystem. He knelt at the water's edge, careful not to touch the blackened liquid. It's converted almost 30% of the water already. Another day or two, and the whole system will tip past the point of recovery. So we use the same technique as Camp Half-Blood? Naomi asked. Naruto shook his head. The scale is too large. We'd burn ourselves out before covering even a fraction of it. Then what do you suggest? Artemis asked. Naruto stood, determination in his eyes. We go to the source. This corruption has an epicenter, the first point of contamination. If we can purify that and implement a modified version of my technique, the natural flow of water will carry the purification throughout the system. And where is this epicenter? Thalia asked. Naruto closed his eyes, extending his senses. Deep in the swamp. Miles from here. I can feel it pulling at the natural energy. Then we move quickly, Artemis decided. Apollo, remain here with the chariot. We'll signal if we need extraction. Apollo looked ready to protest but nodded. Be careful. This corruption feels hungry. They set off through the swamp, Artemis leading with her perfect wilderness navigation. The going was difficult, wading through shallow water, climbing over fallen trees, avoiding sinkholes. The further they went, the more the corruption dominated the landscape. Black water gave way to blackened plants, then corrupted wildlife, alligators with extra limbs, birds with too many eyes, fish that swam through air as easily as water. The boundary between elements is breaking down, Naruto observed as they paused on a small island. Air, water, earth, the corruption is erasing the distinctions. Like Orthus said, Thalia recalled. Returning everything to primordial chaos where realms aren't separated. A sound like distant thunder rolled across the swamp, though the sky remained clear. We're getting close, Naruto said. The epicenter is just ahead. They crested a rise and stopped short at the sight before them. In a clearing stood a massive cypress tree, its trunk wider than a house. But instead of normal bark and branches, the tree had transformed into something alien, black as obsidian, with branches that moved like tentacles and a trunk that pulsed like a beating heart. Around the tree, a dozen figures worked at strange tasks, setting up crystalline structures, drawing symbols in the black mud, collecting fluid that leaked from the tree into vials. The figures were humanoid but clearly not human, their movements too fluid, their proportions slightly wrong. Orthus's servants, Artemis whispered, her bow materializing in her hand. Converting a sacred cypress into a corruption pump. A world tree, Naruto breathed, memories surfacing. They've corrupted a world tree. That's why the conversion is happening so fast, the tree's roots connect to water tables across the entire region. Can we take them? Thalia asked, eyeing the servants. We have to, Naruto replied. But the tree is the priority. Those servants are just maintaining the process that's already underway. Artemis notched a silver arrow. My hunters and I will engage the servants. Naruto, you and Thalia focus on the tree. They moved into position, the hunters spreading out to surround the clearing. At Artemis's signal, silver arrows flew from 3 directions, striking several servants. Instead of blood, black smoke poured from their wounds. Go! Artemis shouted, leaping into the clearing with her hunting knives drawn. Naruto and Thalia sprinted toward the tree, dodging the chaos as hunters engaged servants in combat. Up close, the corrupted cypress was even more disturbing, its surface rippled like liquid, and sounds emerged from within, whispers, moans, fragments of words in ancient languages. How do we purify something this large? Thalia asked, her spear crackling with electricity. We need to reach its heart, Naruto said, studying the pulsing trunk. The corruption has a physical core, if we can neutralize that, I can implement a restoration technique to heal the tree itself. A servant lunged at them from behind. Thalia spun, her spear catching it mid-leap and discharging a blast of lightning that reduced the creature to ash. Nice move, Naruto commented, forming shadow clones to create a defensive perimeter around them. Cover me while I find the core. He pressed his palm against the tree trunk, immediately recoiling as black fluid tried to engulf his hand. Aggressive, he muttered. The corruption recognizes me. Try this, Thalia suggested, touching her spear to the trunk and sending a controlled burst of electricity through it. The tree shuddered, its tentacle branches whipping wildly. But where the lightning had struck, the black surface briefly revealed something underneath, a golden glow, quickly resealed by corruption. That's it! Naruto exclaimed. The tree's original essence is still there, fighting back. Your lightning disrupts the corruption's hold. So we hit it with everything we've got? Thalia asked. Not quite. Naruto formed hand seals. I need a precise strike. When I say now, hit the exact spot I mark with your strongest lightning, but controlled, surgical, not explosive. Golden chakra gathered in Naruto's palm, taking the shape of a small, spinning shuriken. Raisin shuriken, he murmured, the technique condensing further until it was barely visible, a pinpoint of intense energy. He thrust it into the trunk, the chakra drilling through the corruption to create a narrow tunnel. Now, Thalia. Thalia drove her spear into the opening, channeling her power with perfect precision. Blue-white lightning shot into the tree's core, following the path Naruto had created. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the tree's pulsing increased dramatically, the whispers rising to screams. Cracks appeared in the black surface, golden light spilling through. "It's working!" Naruto shouted over the cacophony. "Keep it steady." Across the clearing, Artemis dispatched the last servant with a fluid slash of her hunting knives. She turned to see the tree fracturing, golden light battling black corruption for dominance. "Phoebe, Naomi," she called. "Form a triangle with me around the tree." The hunters took position as Artemis directed. Silver light emanated from the goddess, connecting to her hunters to form a containment circle around the battleground. Inside the circle, Naruto placed his hands on either side of Thalia's spear, golden chakra flowing to reinforce her lightning strike. "One final push," he urged. "Everything you've got." Thalia gritted her teeth, drawing on her deepest reserves. Lightning exploded from her, so intense it turned white. Naruto's chakra flared to match it, the combined power driving deep into the tree's heart. With a sound like reality tearing, the corruption shattered. The black surface fell away in chunks, revealing the ancient cypress beneath, golden with divine light, its natural form restored. Naruto staggered back, catching Thalia as her knees buckled from exhaustion. "We did it," he said, supporting her weight. "The tree is purified." But their victory was short-lived. As the corruption fell away from the tree, it didn't dissipate as expected. Instead, it pooled around the base, gathering like liquid shadow. "Something's wrong," Artemis called, maintaining the silver containment circle. "The corruption is condensing." The black mass rose, taking shape, two distinct heads forming atop a humanoid torso, limbs solidifying, features sharpening. Orthus, Naruto recognized, lowering Thalia gently to the ground before facing the materializing entity. Unlike his projection at Camp Half-Blood, this manifestation was more substantial, still not fully physical, but far more than a mere image. Both canine heads were clearly defined now, one black, one white, both with eyes that burned like molten gold. "Wild beast," the creature acknowledged, its voice clearer than before. "You've improved since our last encounter. And you've found new allies." Its golden eyes shifted to Artemis, then to Thalia. "Or should I say, rediscovered old ones?" "What do you want, Orthus?" Artemis demanded, her silver aura flaring. "Want? I want what was promised to me eons ago. What was stolen when the gods decided order was preferable to perfect chaos." The dual heads turned back to Naruto. "He remembers, don't you? Fragments at least." Naruto stepped forward, putting himself between Orthus and the others. "I remember you were a guardian once. Before you became corrupted." "Corrupted?" Orthus laughed, the sound echoing strangely from two throats. "I was enlightened. I saw the truth, that boundaries are prisons, that separation is a lie." "You were trusted to protect the thresholds," Naruto countered. "Instead you tried to destroy them. After you abandoned your own nature." Orthus snarled, both heads speaking in perfect unison. "You were wild once, truly wild. The embodiment of natural chaos. Then you chose form over freedom, limitation over possibility." "I chose balance," Naruto corrected. "Something you never understood." Orthus's form shifted, becoming more solid with each passing moment. "Balance is stagnation. Life requires change, radical, fundamental change." "Not at the cost of all existence," Artemis interjected. Orthus's attention shifted to her. "The virgin goddess speaks of costs. You, who sacrificed your greatest power for the sake of divine politics. Tell me, Artemis, do you even remember what you gave up?" Confusion flickered across the goddess's face. "What are you talking about?" "Ask him," Orthus nodded toward Naruto. "Ask about the Trinity Oath. The binding of three powers that even Zeus feared. Thalia had regained her feet, spear ready despite her exhaustion. Stop talking in riddles. What oath? What power? Orthus's dual faces split into identical grins. The wild beast, the moon huntress, and the storm bearer, three who could challenge Olympus itself if united. Why do you think your memories were taken? Why do you think he was forced into dormancy while you were bound by artificial oaths? Enough. Naruto's voice rang with authority as golden chakra flared around him. Whatever happened in the past, you're threatening the present. The corruption ends now. He formed a familiar cross-shaped hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A dozen Narutos appeared, surrounding Orthus in a circle. Each clone began forming a different technique: water, wind, earth, fire, lightning, elemental chakra gathering in deadly combinations. Orthus merely watched, amused. Still relying on the powers you've limited yourself to? Show me your true form, wild beast. The one that ran with primordials when the world was young. This is who I am now, Naruto replied. Who I choose to be. Then your choice will be your downfall. Orthus struck with shocking speed, one arm extending like liquid shadow to impale the nearest clone. The remaining clones attacked simultaneously, elemental techniques converging on the two-headed entity. Artemis and her hunters joined the assault, silver arrows flying from multiple angles. Thalia charged, her spear aimed at Orthus's chest. For a moment, it seemed the combined attack might overwhelm him. Orthus's form buckled under the onslaught, black ichor spilling where arrows and chakra tore through his substance. Then he laughed, a sound of genuine delight. Yes. This is what I've missed. True combat with worthy opponents. His form exploded outward, tendrils of corruption lashing in all directions. Clones popped as they were struck, arrows dissolved on contact, and Thalia was thrown backward, barely caught by Naruto before she could slam into a tree. He's toying with us, Naruto realized. This isn't even his full manifestation. Perceptive as always, Orthus acknowledged. This is merely a fraction of what I've become. But it's enough to deliver a message, and a demonstration. Before anyone could react, one of Orthus's tendrils shot toward Naomi, the youngest hunter. It struck her chest, black corruption instantly spreading through her body. She screamed, dropping to her knees as her veins turned black. Naomi! Phoebe cried, rushing to her sister's side. That's the difference between us now, wild beast, Orthus said calmly as the hunter convulsed. You restrain your power. I embrace mine fully. Naruto disappeared in a flash of speed, reappearing beside the fallen hunter. His hands glowed with golden chakra as he tried to purge the corruption, but it spread too quickly, resisting his efforts. I can't stop it, he admitted, desperation in his voice. It's adapting to my technique. Because it's part of me now, Orthus explained. And I know your methods intimately. Artemis knelt opposite Naruto, her silver aura enveloping Naomi. Fight it, hunter. Your oath to me gives you strength. Her oath to you is what makes her vulnerable, Orthus countered. Divine connections are channels for my corruption. Thalia charged forward suddenly, her spear aimed directly at Orthus's heart. Let her go. The two-headed entity sidestepped with liquid grace, catching Thalia's spear mid-thrust. The storm bearer, he murmured. Always the most direct of the trinity. His hand closed around the shaft, corruption flowing toward Thalia's hands. She released the weapon just in time, backflipping away. Your weapon is part of you now, Orthus called after her. Bound to your essence. I need only touch it once. The corruption reached the end of the spear, then leapt across the gap to Thalia's outstretched hand like a living thing seeking its prey. No! Naruto shouted, lunging between them. The corruption struck his arm instead, immediately burrowing into his skin. But unlike with Naomi, where it had spread unchecked, the black tendrils hissed and smoked upon contact with Naruto's body, fighting against his natural energy. Interesting, Orthus observed. Your sage energy still resists direct corruption. But for how long, I wonder? The black veins spread slowly up Naruto's arm as he gritted his teeth against the pain. Long enough, he growled, forming a one-handed seal with his free arm. Kurama. Red chakra erupted around him, taking the form of a massive fox with 9 tails. The corruption on his arm sizzled where the red energy touched it, gradually receding. Orthus's golden eyes widened with genuine surprise. The 9 tails? You've integrated it completely. We're partners now, Naruto replied, the fox shroud stabilizing around him. Have been for a long time. For the first time, uncertainty crossed Orthus's dual faces. This changes the calculation. You're further along than I anticipated. He backed away, his form becoming less substantial. A tactical withdrawal, then. But remember this demonstration, wild beast, your techniques cannot save everyone. Not without embracing what you truly are. His attention shifted to the fallen hunter, still writhing as corruption spread through her system despite Artemis's efforts. The young one dies unless you remember the Trinity oath. The binding that can resist even my corruption. What oath? Artemis demanded. Speak plainly or release her. That's not how this works, Moon Huntress, Orthus replied, already fading. Memory cannot be given, only reclaimed. Seek the Moirai if you wish to know the truth. They remember what even the gods choose to forget. With those final words, he dissolved into black mist, seeping into the ground and vanishing. Naruto immediately returned to Naomi's side, the fox shroud still flickering around him. The corruption's too deep now. I can't extract it without destroying her body. There must be something, Phoebe pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Lady Artemis, please. The goddess's expression was grim. My power alone cannot counter this. Apollo might help, but we're miles from him, and she hasn't much time. Thalia knelt beside her dying sister, taking her hand. What about the oath he mentioned? Could that help? If we knew what it was, Naruto said. But our memories have been tampered with. We can't just remember on command. Naomi convulsed again, black veins now visible across her face. Her breathing came in ragged gasps. Wait, Naruto said suddenly. At Delphi, when our energies combined, there was something there. A resonance between us. He looked between Artemis and Thalia. Maybe we don't need to remember the specific oath. Maybe we just need to recreate the energy pattern. A trinity, Thalia realized. The 3 of us. Artemis hesitated only briefly before nodding. What do we do? Form a triangle around her, Naruto instructed, the fox shroud receding as he focused. Whatever this oath was, it involved the 3 of us channeling our essence in harmony. They positioned themselves around Naomi's failing body, Artemis at her head, Thalia and Naruto at either side. Naruto extended his hands, palms up. Physical contact strengthens the connection, he said. Artemis and Thalia each placed one hand in Naruto's and joined their free hands to complete the circuit. Now focus on your core energy, Naruto continued. Not the power you use daily, but the deepest source within you. Your true essence. Artemis closed her eyes, silver light emanating from her entire body as she reached for the primal source of her divinity, not just the moon and hunt, but the wild freedom that predated her Olympian role. Thalia's brow furrowed in concentration as blue-white energy crackled around her, not the controlled lightning she typically wielded, but something older, more chaotic, the raw power of storms that had existed since air first moved across the newborn earth. Naruto drew on his sage energy, but went deeper than usual, past the techniques he had mastered, past even Kurama's power, to something more fundamental, the primordial wildness that had first given him consciousness, the unrestrained potential that had chosen to take form. As their 3 energies rose, something unexpected happened. Rather than simply flowing together, they began to resonate, creating harmonics that none could produce alone. The air around them shimmered with power that wasn't silver or blue or gold, but something else entirely, a color that had no name in human language. "I remember," Artemis whispered, her eyes still closed. "Not everything, but fragments. An oath sworn beneath the first full moon. 3 powers united in perfect balance." "I see it too," Thalia added, voice strained with the effort of channeling such primal energy. "A mountain peak, lightning splitting the sky, hands joined just like this." Naruto nodded, memories surfacing through the fog that had hidden them. "The Trinity Oath. We swore to maintain balance between chaos and order, between divine and mortal, between creation and destruction." The nameless energy coalesced between them, flowing downward into Naomi's corrupted body. Where it touched the black veins, they receded, not fought back but simply, rewritten, restored to their original pattern. "I, Artemis, huntress of the moon, renew my oath to the Trinity," the goddess spoke suddenly, words coming from memory rather than conscious thought. "By my domain of wilderness and liminality, I stand as the bridge between realms." Thalia gasped as words formed in her mind. I, bearer of the storm, renew my oath to the Trinity. By my domain of transformation and potential, I stand as the catalyst between states." Naruto completed the triangle, the words feeling ancient and familiar on his tongue. "I, wild sage of the primal beast, renew my oath to the Trinity. By my domain of balance and harmony, I stand as the mediator between forces." As the final words were spoken, the nameless energy flared blindingly bright. For a brief moment, all 3 saw their true forms overlaid on their current bodies, Artemis not just as the young goddess but as something older and wilder, Thalia's form crackling with primordial lightning that took shapes beyond human understanding, Naruto surrounded by not just the 9 tails but countless forms of natural energy coalesced into a single consciousness. Then the vision passed, and they were themselves again, but changed, awakened to aspects of their nature long suppressed. Between them, Naomi took a deep, clear breath. The black corruption had vanished completely from her body, leaving her skin healthy but marked with faint silver lines where the veins had been. "She's healed," Phoebe said in amazement. "Completely healed." Artemis helped her hunter sit up. "How do you feel, Naomi?" "Strange," the girl admitted. "Like I've been remade somehow." She looked between the 3 with newfound awe. "What did you do?" "We remembered," Naruto said simply. "At least partly." They broke the triangle, each feeling the loss of connection as their individual energies settled back into familiar patterns. But something had changed, a door once opened could not be completely closed again. "The Trinity Oath," Thalia said, examining her hands as residual energy sparked between her fingers. "Zeus must have suppressed our memories of it." "Not just Zeus," Artemis corrected, her expression troubled. "All the elder gods would have participated in such a powerful memory binding. The question is why?" "Because together we represented a power outside their control," Naruto suggested. "Orthus said it, a force that could challenge Olympus itself." "But we weren't enemies of Olympus," Thalia protested. "At least, I don't remember being enemies." "Not enemies," Naruto agreed. "But independent. The oath bound us to balance, not to the gods' hierarchy. That would have been threat enough." Artemis helped Naomi to her feet, supporting the still weak hunter. "We should return to Apollo. This revelation changes our approach." As they gathered themselves to leave, Phoebe noticed the cypress tree. It had returned to its natural state, but now bore a new mark, 3 interlocking circles etched into its ancient bark. "The tree marked itself," she said, pointing. Naruto examined the symbol. "A trinity knot." The tree recognized what happened here. "Will it spread the purification as you planned?" Thalia asked. "Yes, but differently now. The Trinity energy is more potent than what I originally intended. The entire Everglades should be cleansed within days." They made their way back through the swamp, noticing that areas previously corrupted were already beginning to clear, the black water receding like a tide going out. Apollo was waiting anxiously when they emerged from the wetlands, his usual carefree demeanor nowhere in sight. What happened? I felt an energy surge unlike anything I've encountered before. Artemis and Naruto exchanged glances. We confronted Orthus, she told her brother. And discovered something unexpected. The Trinity oath, Apollo guessed, his expression uncharacteristically serious. You remembered. Thalia stepped forward. You knew about it? All this time? The sun god raised his hands defensively. Not details. Just that something was sealed away from memory, even mine. Father made sure none of us could access those specific recollections. But you felt it when it reactivated, Naruto pressed. Which means you were there when it was originally formed. Apollo hesitated. Yes. I witnessed the original oath, though I don't remember its purpose or exact nature. Just that it happened, and that Father later deemed it dangerous. Dangerous to whom? Artemis asked sharply. To Olympus, or to the world? To the established order, Apollo admitted. Which, to Zeus, amounts to the same thing. Naruto turned to Artemis. We need to decide our next move carefully. Zeus will know the oath has been partially renewed. He won't be pleased. He's still my father, Artemis replied. And Olympus's protection remains our priority, regardless of past suppressions. But do we continue to mount Tam as planned? Thalia asked. Or confront Zeus about what we've discovered? Mount Tam, Naruto decided after a moment's thought. Orthus referred us to the Moirai, the Fates, for the full truth. They often dwell near the old Titan strongholds. We might find answers there as well as confronting the corruption. Apollo looked uncomfortable. Father may intervene before you reach California. Then we move quickly, Artemis said with determination. Apollo, can your chariot get us to Mount Tam immediately? Of course, but... He glanced at the sky. Father will know the moment I change course so dramatically. Tell him the truth, Naruto suggested. That we're continuing the mission as ordered. The rest. He exchanged glances with Artemis and Thalia. The rest can wait until we've secured the final site. Apollo still seemed hesitant but nodded. Very well. All aboard for California, then. As the sun chariot rose into the sky, Naruto gazed back at the Everglades. The corruption was visibly receding across the landscape, like darkness fleeing from dawn. The Trinity energy is more powerful than I expected, he murmured. No wonder the gods feared it. Not just powerful, Artemis said beside him. Natural. It feels right, somehow. Like the world itself recognizes and supports it. Because it predates the gods, Naruto realized. It's a primordial pattern, one that existed before divine hierarchies were established. But what does it mean for us now? Thalia asked, joining them. Are we bound by this oath whether we want to be or not? I don't think it works that way, Naruto said. The oath isn't a constraint, it's a recognition of what already exists. The three of us are connected at a fundamental level. The oath just acknowledges that reality. Connected how, exactly? Thalia pressed. I'm mortal, or was, before joining the hunt. You two are, something else entirely. Artemis's expression was contemplative. Perhaps it's not about what we are, but what we represent. Bridge, catalyst, mediator, roles rather than beings. That fits with what I remember, Naruto agreed. The oath wasn't about us specifically, but about the forces we embody. Forces that need to remain in balance. Forces Orthus is trying to disrupt, Thalia concluded. The sun chariot sped westward across the continent, Apollo unnaturally silent as he drove. The American landscape blurred beneath them, plains giving way to mountains, then deserts, and finally the Pacific coastline. Mount Tamalpais rose from the California landscape, perpetually shrouded in mist. Once the seat of the Titan Atlas, Mount Orthus had reformed here during the Second Titan War, leaving behind residual power even after the Titans' defeat. The corruption is different here, Naruto noted as they circled the mountain. More concentrated, almost deliberate. Unlike the sprawling contamination of the Everglades, here the corruption formed distinct patterns, black lines running up the mountainside in geometric designs, converging at the summit. It's a ritual circle, Apollo realized. Orthus is attempting something specific. They landed near the base of the mountain, the mist closing around them immediately. Even Apollo's natural radiance seemed dimmed in this place where Titan influence lingered. I can't go further, the sun god announced reluctantly. This close to the reformed Orthus, my presence will only attract attention. Zeus has forbidden direct Olympian intervention at this site. Convenient timing for that rule, Thalia muttered. Go, Artemis told her brother. Report to the council that we're investigating as ordered. We'll signal if we need extraction. Apollo nodded, his expression troubled. Be careful, sister. This place has power older than Olympus. As the sun chariot departed, the remaining group, Naruto, Artemis, Thalia, Phoebe, and a recovered Naomi, turned toward the mountain path. The garden of the Hesperides lies partway up, Artemis informed them. We may encounter guardians. Are the Hesperides enemies? Naruto asked. Not precisely, Artemis replied. They're neutral in most conflicts, bound to their garden and the golden apples. But they answer to older powers than Olympus. Like the Fates, Thalia added. Who Orthus said we should seek. They began the ascent, the path growing steeper and more treacherous as they climbed. The mist thickened, occasionally parting to reveal glimpses of the black geometric lines cutting across the mountainside. These patterns, Naruto said, kneeling to examine one such line. They're not just corruption, they're a form of sealing technique. Orthus is trying to lock something in place. Or unlock something, Artemis suggested. This mountain has contained various prisons over the millennia. After an hour's climb, they reached a plateau where the mist thinned slightly. Before them spread an ancient garden of unearthly beauty, trees bearing golden fruit, flowers that glowed in the dim light, and in the center, a tree larger than the rest, twisted into an unnatural shape. The garden of the Hesperides, Artemis announced. And the tree that once held Ladon, the 100-headed dragon. Where is Ladon now? Thalia asked, scanning the garden warily. Reformation, after the last war, Artemis explained. It will be centuries before he returns to full strength. As they approached the garden's edge, 4 figures materialized from the mist, women of impossible beauty with skin that held a faint golden sheen. The Hesperides. Goddess of the hunt, one acknowledged with a slight bow. You bring strange companions to our garden. Artemis inclined her head. We seek passage to the summit. The corruption there threatens all realms. We are aware, another Hesperid replied. The 2-headed one works his will above. But our domain remains untouched, and we have no authority to grant or deny passage. Then we'll continue our journey, Naruto said, stepping forward. The Hesperides turned their attention to him, eyes widening slightly. The wild sage awakens, the first whispered. The trinity stirs. You know of the oath, Thalia realized. We know many things forgotten by younger powers, a third Hesperid confirmed. Including why your memories were taken. Tell us, Artemis commanded, though her tone held less authority than usual in this ancient place. The 4 sisters exchanged glances before the eldest spoke. It is not our place to reveal what the Moirai have hidden. But. She gestured to a path continuing upward, they await you near the summit. Seek them before confronting the 2-headed one. The fates are here. Naruto asked, surprised. On the mountain? They go where destiny's threads tangle, the youngest Hesperid explained. And many threads converge here today. One warning, the eldest added. The 2-headed one has servants watching the paths. They will not allow you to reach the Moirai unchallenged. We appreciate the warning, Artemis said with a formal nod. As they moved to continue their journey, the second Hesperid called after them, "Wild sage, remember that what was forgotten was not destroyed. The Trinity exists whether remembered or not." Naruto acknowledged her words with a nod before following the others onto the ascending path. "Well, that was cryptic but useless," Thalia commented once they were out of earshot. "Not entirely," Naruto replied. "They confirmed the fates are here, and that our memories were deliberately taken rather than lost. And that Orthus has guards posted," Phoebe added practically, checking her bow. The path grew steeper, cutting back and forth across the mountainside. The black lines of corruption grew more numerous, forming complex geometric patterns that pulsed with malevolent energy. "We're getting close to something," Naomi observed, her newly healed body seemingly more sensitive to the corruption. "These patterns are converging ahead." They rounded a sharp bend and stopped short. The path before them widened into a small plateau where three hooded figures sat in a circle, surrounded by glowing threads that stretched in all directions. The Moirai, the Fates themselves. Between them and the Fates stood 5 figures, humanoid but clearly not human. Their bodies rippled like the corrupted tree in the Everglades, black fluid occasionally dripping from limbs that seemed too long, too flexible. "Guardians," Artemis murmured. "Orthus doesn't want us reaching the Fates." "Then we remove them," Thalia said, her spear materializing in her hand. Naruto studied the corrupted guardians. "They're stronger than the servants we fought in the swamp. More fully transformed. We have little choice," Artemis decided. "Hunters, prepare for battle." The guardians noticed them then, heads swiveling with unnatural flexibility. They made no sound, but their intent was clear as they spread out to block the path completely. "Remember," Naruto cautioned, "these were once nature spirits or minor gods before corruption. If possible, we should try to purify rather than destroy them." "Noble sentiment," Thalia replied, "but they don't seem interested in being saved." As if confirming her words, the guardians attacked as one, moving with shocking speed. 2 headed for Artemis, recognizing the goddess as a primary threat. 1 each targeted Thalia and Phoebe, while the 5th charged directly at Naruto. The battle erupted in chaos. Artemis moved with divine grace, her hunting knives flashing as she danced between her attackers. Silver energy trailed from her blades, slowing the corruption spread where she cut the guardians. Phoebe and Naomi fought back to back, bow and hunting knives working in tandem to keep their opponent at bay. Thalia engaged her guardian directly, her spear discharging lightning with each strike, temporarily disrupting the creature's form. Naruto faced his opponent with a different approach. Rather than attacking directly, he created shadow clones that surrounded the guardian, each performing a different sealing technique. Golden chains erupted from the clones, wrapping around the creature and containing its corruption. "I can purify one," he called to the others. "But I need time." "Time is exactly what we don't have," Thalia shouted back, narrowly dodging a tendril of corruption that would have taken her head. The battle intensified as the guardians revealed new abilities, stretching limbs, spitting corrosive fluid, even temporarily phasing through solid attacks. Artemis found herself hard-pressed despite her divine power, as the corruption actively resisted her energy. "They're adapting to our techniques," the goddess realized. "Learning as we fight." Naruto completed his purification seal, driving it into his captured guardian's chest. Golden light spread through the creature's body, fighting against the black corruption. For a moment it seemed to be working, the corruption receding to reveal glimpses of a river spirit's original form. Then the guardian convulsed violently, its body bulging and distorting. With a wet, tearing sound, it split down the middle, the uncorrupted portion separating completely from the corrupted half. The purified spirit drifted away like mist, free but severely weakened, while the corruption immediately reformed into a smaller but more concentrated guardian. "They can shed the purified parts," Naruto warned the others. "Don't give them time to reform." The battle shifted tactics. Rather than trying to save the guardians, they focused on containment and disruption. Thalia and Artemis moved into sync, the lieutenant herding enemies into the goddess's silver nets of energy. Phoebe and Naomi targeted weak points, joints and central masses, with precisely aimed arrows. Naruto created more shadow clones, surrounding all the guardians and forming a larger sealing technique. "I need 30 seconds, he called. "Keep them in the circle." The others redoubled their efforts, forcing the guardians to remain within Naruto's forming seal. Artemis unleashed her full divine aura, silver light pinning the corrupted entities in place through sheer power. Thalia drove her spear into the ground, creating a cage of lightning that further restricted their movement. "Now!" Naruto shouted, completing the complex seal. Sage Art, Purification Circle. Golden energy erupted from the ground beneath the guardians, forming a dome that completely enclosed them. Unlike his previous attempt at individual purification, this technique attacked the corruption directly, separating it from its hosts without trying to preserve the original entities. The guardians screamed, the first sound they had made, as their forms dissolved, corruption burning away under the onslaught of purifying energy. When the dome finally faded, nothing remained but 5 small orbs of light, the essence of the original spirits, freed from corruption but barely maintaining cohesion. Artemis approached the orbs, her silver energy gently supporting them. "I recognize these now. Minor river gods from the original Mount Othries. Corrupted and enslaved by Orthus. Will they recover?" Naomi asked. "Eventually," Artemis replied. "With time and divine assistance." She murmured ancient words of power, and the orbs vanished. "They'll reform in my brother's halls of healing." With the guardians defeated, the path to the fates stood open. The 3 hooded figures hadn't moved during the entire battle, still focused on the glowing threads between them. "They knew we would win," Thalia realized. "Or they wouldn't have bothered waiting." "The fates always know the most likely outcomes," Artemis confirmed. "Though even they cannot see all possibilities." They approached cautiously. Up close, the Moirai were both more and less than human, ancient beyond reckoning, their forms seeming to exist partially outside normal reality. One held a spindle of unspun thread, another measured lengths with gnarled fingers, and the third held shears that occasionally snipped a glowing strand. Huntress. Storm-bearer. Wild sage, the 3 spoke in perfect unison, not looking up from their work. "The Trinity returns, though incomplete. We seek answers," Artemis stated formally. "About the oath we once swore, and why our memories were taken." "Some questions answer themselves when properly asked," replied the fate with the spindle, Clotho, the spinner. "We don't have time for riddles," Thalia said impatiently. "Orthus is performing some ritual at the summit, and we need to know what we're facing." The measuring fate, Lachesis, finally looked up, her ancient eyes fixing on Thalia. "Impatience. Always the storm-bearer's weakness. And strength," added Atropos, the cutter of threads. "For action requires movement, and movement requires impatience with stillness." Naruto stepped forward. "The Trinity Oath. We've partially remembered it, but not its purpose or full nature. Why was it suppressed?" The 3 fates exchanged glances before Clotho answered. "The oath was not created by gods or titans, but by necessity itself. 3 forces, balanced, maintaining the boundaries between chaos and order. For eons it stood," Lachesis continued, "the Trinity protecting what neither gods nor titans understood, that creation requires both structure and freedom, both pattern and possibility. Then came fear," Atropos concluded. "Fear that power outside the divine hierarchy threatened Olympus itself. In their short-sightedness, the elder gods broke what should have remained whole. They took our memories," Artemis said, understanding dawning. "My father and the other Olympians." "Not just memories," Clotho corrected. "They separated your essences. The wild sage forced into dormancy, the huntress bound by an oath of eternal maidenhood that limited her connections, the storm-bearer's line constrained to produce only male heirs until this one broke the pattern." She nodded toward Thalia. But why? Naruto pressed. What were they afraid of? The Trinity was not subject to their authority, Lachesis explained. It existed before them, answered to forces more fundamental than divine will. Zeus could not control what he did not create. So he destroyed it instead, Thalia said bitterly. Not destroyed, Atropos corrected. Suppressed. Even Zeus understood that some balances cannot be eliminated without catastrophic consequence. And now Orthus seeks to exploit that suppression, Artemis realized. Using the imbalance created by the Trinity's absence to collapse the boundaries between realms. The fates nodded in unison. How do we stop him? Naruto asked. Restore what was broken, Clotho answered simply. The oath we partially renewed in the Everglades? Thalia asked. More than words, Lachesis clarified. The full Trinity requires complete remembrance and acceptance of your true natures. What you awakened was but a fraction of the whole. And our true natures are? Artemis pressed. The fates fell silent for a moment, threads glowing more intensely between them. Finally, Atropos spoke. The wild sage, balance incarnate, the living harmony between primal chaos and emerging order, one who chose limitation to better understand freedom. Clotho continued, the huntress, bridge between worlds, walker of boundaries, she who connects the divine and natural realms without being fully bound by either. Lachesis concluded, the storm-bearer, catalyst of change, the spark that ignites transformation, neither fully mortal nor divine but something that transcends both categories. Together, they spoke in unison, the Trinity maintains what no single power can, the dynamic balance upon which all existence depends. Naruto, Artemis, and Thalia exchanged glances, each feeling the weight of these revelations. How do we fully restore the oath? Naruto asked. What we did in the Everglades was instinctive, incomplete. The ritual circle at the summit, Atropos replied. Orthus built it to collapse boundaries, but its geometry can be reversed. The same pattern that destroys can restore when approached with different intent. Then we need to reach the summit before Orthus completes his ritual, Artemis said with determination. The fates nodded, but Clotho raised a warning hand. Beware, full restoration comes with consequence. The god suppressed the Trinity for reason. Its return will not be welcomed by Olympus. Will we be enemies of the gods? Thalia asked, concern evident in her voice. Not enemies, Lachesis assured her. But no longer fully subject to them either. The Trinity serves balance above all authorities. A price worth paying, Naruto decided. If the alternative is Orthus collapsing all realms into chaos. Artemis seemed less certain. My father won't see it that way. Your father acted out of fear before, Atropos reminded her. Fear often makes poor counsel. With those words, the fates returned their attention to their threads, clearly dismissing the visitors. The audience was over. As they turned to continue up the mountain, Naruto noticed something, a single thread extending from the fate circle, following them as they moved away. It connected to all three members of the Trinity, a golden silver-blue strand that pulsed with familiar energy. They've given us something, he murmured to the others. A connection to follow. Artemis nodded, seeing it too. A guide through Orthus's corruption. The path grew steeper and more treacherous as they neared the summit. The black geometric lines covered almost everything now, pulsing with malevolent purpose. The air itself felt thin, reality seeming to waver at the edges of perception. The boundaries are already weakening, Naruto observed. We're running out of time. They crested a final rise and found themselves on the summit plateau. In the center stood a structure that shouldn't exist, a massive circular altar constructed of black stone that rippled like liquid despite its apparent solidity. The geometric lines they'd observed all converged here, forming an intricate pattern across the altar's surface. And standing at its center, more physically manifested than they'd seen before, was Orthus. Both canine heads were fully formed now, one black and one white, mounted on a humanoid body clothed in what appeared to be flowing darkness. His golden eyes fixed on them immediately. "The Trinity arrives," he announced, voice echoing strangely across the plateau. "Right on schedule." "This ends now, Orthus," Naruto called, golden chakra flaring around him. The two-headed being laughed. "Ends? No, wild beast. This is just beginning." He gestured to the altar beneath him. "Do you recognize this pattern?" "You should, you helped create it eons ago." Naruto studied the geometric design, recognition dawning. "The convergence seal. But it's been inverted, corrupted. Modified," Orthus corrected. "To serve a different purpose. The original maintains separation between realms. My version removes those artificial barriers. Those barriers prevent chaos from overwhelming order," Artemis countered, her bow materializing in her hands. "They're necessary for existence itself." "Such limited thinking, Huntress," Orthus chided. "There was existence before boundaries, purer, freer existence. And nothing could survive in it except primordials," Thalia retorted. "Is that your goal? Wipe out everything that came after so you can rule the ruins?" "Not rule," Orthus corrected. "Liberate. Everything will return to potential rather than fixed form. Endless possibility instead of rigid definition." "Enough talk," Naruto decided, stepping forward. "We're stopping this ritual now." "By all means, try," Orthus invited, spreading his arms wide. "Your interference was always part of the design." That gave them pause. "What do you mean?" Artemis demanded. "Why do you think I allowed your memories to partially return?" Orthus asked, genuine amusement in his voice. "Why lead you to the fates? Why demonstrate my power but never strike a killing blow?" A chill ran down Naruto's spine as understanding dawned. "You needed us to remember the Trinity." "Very good." Orthus applauded mockingly. "The Trinity's power is needed to break the final seals between realms. But Jupiter and his brothers ensured it couldn't be accessed." His golden eyes gleamed with triumph. "Until now. You manipulated us," Thalia realized. "The corruption, the attacks. All designed to push you toward remembrance," Orthus confirmed. "And now you stand at the convergence altar, Trinity partially awakened, ready to unknowingly complete my work. If you think we'll help you destroy the boundaries, you're insane," Artemis declared, arrow aimed at Orthus's heart. "Help? No. You merely need to be present." Orthus raised his hands, and the black lines across the altar flared with energy. "The altar recognizes the Trinity's signature. Your mere presence begins the process." To their horror, they realized he was right. The altar was responding to them, the geometric patterns shifting and aligning toward them like metal filings to a magnet. "We need to leave," Phoebe urged. "Get away from the altar." Too late, Orthus gloated as black energy erupted from the patterns, forming a dome that enclosed the entire summit. "The convergence has begun." Naruto immediately formed hand seals. "We can still counter it." The Fates said the pattern could be reversed. "With the fully awakened Trinity," Artemis reminded him. "Which we don't have yet." "Then we complete the awakening," Thalia decided. "Right now." Orthus watched them with evident satisfaction. "Yes. Awaken the Trinity. Pour more power into the convergence. It only hastens my victory." Naruto's mind raced. He's lying, he realized. The Fates wouldn't have sent us here if it only helped him. There's something he's not telling us. Or something he doesn't know, Artemis suggested. Their discussion was cut short as the altar's power intensified. The ground began to shake, fissures appearing across the summit as reality itself protested the forces being manipulated. "We're out of options," Thalia shouted over the growing cacophony. "Trinity now, consequences later." Naruto nodded, extending his hands to them. "Form the triangle." Like in the Everglades, but go deeper. Full commitment to your true nature, whatever it reveals. They positioned themselves at 3 points around the altar, directly atop major nodes in the geometric pattern. Phoebe and Naomi stood back, weapons ready, but understanding this was beyond their ability to effect. Remember what the fates told us, Naruto called. I am balance, the harmony between chaos and order. I am the bridge, Artemis continued, connecting divine and natural realms. I am the catalyst, Thalia completed, the spark of transformation. They joined hands, completing the circuit. Immediately, power surged between them, not just flowing but resonating, amplifying, transforming. The nameless energy from the Everglades returned, but stronger, purer, more fundamental. Orthus watched with evident delight. Yes. The Trinity awakens. The final key turns. The altar's black energy rose higher, tendrils reaching toward the sky where clouds spiraled unnaturally. The air itself seemed to tear in places, revealing glimpses of other realms, the golden halls of Olympus, the gray fields of the underworld, the fiery pits of Tartarus. Reality fractures, Orthus announced triumphantly. Boundaries dissolve. But something unexpected was happening within the Trinity's connection. As their true natures emerged more fully, the energy flowing between them began to affect the altar's patterns. Where the nameless energy touched the black lines, they didn't amplify as Orthus had predicted, they realigned, patterns shifting subtly but critically. What is this? Orthus demanded, his satisfaction turning to confusion. The convergence should be accelerating. You misunderstood the Trinity's purpose, Naruto called to him, understanding dawning as memories flooded back completely. We don't destroy boundaries, we maintain them through proper balance. Impossible. Orthus snarled, both heads speaking in perfect unison. The convergence altar cannot be reversed once activated. It can by those who created it, Artemis replied, her divine form beginning to shift as her true nature emerged. Her silver aura expanded, taking on aspects of the primordial moon goddess who had existed before Olympus. And we did create it, Thalia added, her body crackling with energy older than Zeus's lightning, the primordial storm that had existed since atmosphere first formed around the earth. Naruto's form changed most dramatically, the human shape becoming merely one aspect of something far more fundamental, the living embodiment of wild balance, neither fully chaotic nor fully ordered, but the dynamic harmony between them. No. Orthus howled, abandoning the center of the altar to charge toward them. I won't allow this. But he couldn't approach. The Trinity's awakened power created a boundary even his corrupted form couldn't penetrate. He howled in rage, corruption exploding outward in desperate tendrils that dissolved before reaching them. The altar's patterns continued to shift, black lines turning gold-silver-blue as the Trinity's influence spread. The tiers in reality began to close, boundaries strengthening rather than collapsing. You've lost, Orthus, Naruto declared, his voice carrying new authority. The Trinity is restored. Balance returns. This isn't over. Orthus raged. If I cannot break the boundaries, I'll corrupt them from within. His form began to dissolve, not in defeat but in deliberate dispersion. You may have the summit, but the war continues. With a final howl of defiance, Orthus's physical manifestation collapsed, the corruption flowing into one of the remaining tiers in reality before it sealed completely. As suddenly as it had begun, the chaos subsided. The altar's patterns completed their transformation, now glowing with the Trinity's harmonized energy. The dome of black power dissipated, revealing clear skies above. Naruto, Artemis, and Thalia remained connected, their transformed states gradually settling back into their familiar forms, but changed, awakened to their true natures in ways that couldn't be reversed. He escaped, Thalia noted as they finally broke their connection. Into another realm. Tartarus, most likely, Artemis said. Where he'll continue building his power. But the immediate threat is neutralized, Naruto observed, examining the transformed altar. The boundaries are stronger now than they were before. His plan backfired completely. Phoebe and Naomi approached cautiously, staring at the three with new eyes. "Lady Artemis?" Phoebe asked hesitantly. "Are you still yourself?" The goddess smiled reassuringly. "I am myself more completely than I have been in millennia, Phoebe. The essence is the same, though my understanding has expanded." "What happens now?" Naomi asked. "With the Trinity restored." She didn't finish, but they all understood the implication. Zeus and the Olympians would have felt the power surge, would know that the suppressed Trinity had fully reawakened. As if in answer, the air split with thunder though no clouds remained. A blinding flash of lightning struck the summit, resolving into the imposing figure of Zeus himself, in full divine form, lightning crackling around his massive body. "What have you done?" the king of gods demanded, his voice shaking the mountain itself. Before anyone could answer, more flashes signaled the arrival of other Olympians, Poseidon with his trident, Apollo looking torn between concern and pride, Athena with calculating eyes taking in the transformed altar. "Father," Artemis addressed Zeus calmly. "The threat has been contained. Orthus attempted to collapse the boundaries between realms, but we've reinforced them instead. By awakening what I specifically sealed away." Zeus thundered. "The Trinity was suppressed for good reason. Was it?" Naruto challenged, stepping forward. "Or was it suppressed because it represented power outside your control?" Zeus's eyes flashed dangerously. "Watch your tone, wild beast. You stand before the king of gods." "I stand as 1/3 of the Trinity," Naruto replied without backing down. "A balance that existed before your reign began, and will exist long after it ends." Poseidon placed a restraining hand on his brother's arm. "The boundaries have been strengthened, Zeus. We all felt it. Whatever else has happened, they prevented catastrophe." "At what cost?" Zeus demanded. "The Trinity answers to forces beyond Olympus. It threatens the entire divine order." "It maintains the divine order," Athena corrected quietly. "If I understand correctly what has happened here." Her gray eyes studied the transformed altar. "This is the original convergence seal, isn't it? The one created to stabilize reality after the first Titanomachy." Naruto nodded. "Designed by the Trinity to ensure proper balance between chaos and order, between divine and mortal realms. Which worked perfectly until you decided it was a threat and suppressed it," Thalia added, unable to keep bitterness from her voice. Zeus's expression darkened further. "You forget yourself, daughter. Your oath to Artemis places you under my authority." "That oath is superseded by an older one," Artemis interjected. "The Trinity's bond predates Olympus itself." A tense silence fell across the summit as gods and Trinity faced each other. The air crackled with potential conflict, divine power building against newly awakened primordial energy. It was Apollo who broke the standoff, stepping between the groups with hands raised. "Perhaps we should discuss this rationally," he suggested. "Preferably not on a mountaintop still radiating enough power to attract every monster in North America." Zeus glared at his son but grudgingly nodded. "The full council will convene on Olympus. All of you will attend and explain yourselves." His gaze fixed on Naruto. "Including the wild beast." "We'll be there," Naruto agreed. "But as equals, not supplicants." Zeus's expression suggested he wanted to blast Naruto where he stood, but Poseidon and Athena's restraining presence prevented immediate action. 1 hour, the king of gods declared before vanishing in another lightning strike. Poseidon and Athena followed, disappearing in their own distinctive ways. Apollo remained, looking between his sister and the others. "You've stirred up quite the hornet's nest," he observed. "It was necessary," Artemis replied. "You felt what Orthus nearly accomplished." "I did," Apollo agreed. "But father won't see it that way. To him, any power outside his control is a potential threat." "Then he'll need to adapt," Naruto said simply. "The Trinity exists whether he accepts it or not." Apollo sighed. Just, try for some diplomacy when you explain that, would you? Father's lightning bolts hurt. As Apollo departed in a flash of golden light, the remaining 5 stood contemplating the transformed altar and the confrontation that lay ahead. Will the hunters follow me still? Artemis wondered aloud, looking at Phoebe and Naomi. Now that my nature has expanded. You're still our lady, Phoebe said firmly. This changes nothing of what matters. It changes everything, Thalia countered gently. But not our loyalties. She turned to Naruto. What happens when we face the council? Zeus won't just accept the Trinity's restoration. No, Naruto agreed. But he's smart enough to recognize necessity when he sees it. The Trinity doesn't threaten Olympus, it stabilizes the foundations upon which Olympus stands. And Orthus? Naomi asked. He escaped into another realm. He'll return, Naruto said grimly. Stronger and with new tactics. This was just the first battle in what will be a longer war. Artemis gazed at the horizon where the sun was beginning to set. Then we prepare. As the Trinity reawakened, as individuals with our own paths, and as allies in the balance that must be maintained. Thalia nodded, her hand finding Artemis's in a gesture of solidarity. After a moment, Naruto joined them, completing the connection one more time. The nameless energy flickered briefly between them, gold-silver-blue, chaos and order in perfect harmony, the dynamic balance upon which all existence depended. Together then, Naruto said. Whatever comes next. Together, Artemis and Thalia echoed as the Trinity bond hummed with renewed purpose. The final confrontation with Orthus would come another day. For now, they had a council of gods to face, and a new understanding of their shared destiny to embrace. Chapter 3, Primordial Bonds. The throne room of Olympus hummed with divine energy. 12 massive thrones arranged in a U-shape contained the Olympian gods at their full height, 20 feet tall, power radiating from them like heat from furnaces. Zeus occupied the central throne, lightning crackling between his fingers as he glared down at the 3 figures standing before the council. Naruto, Artemis, and Thalia faced the gods without flinching. The newly awakened Trinity bond thrummed between them, visible to divine eyes as threads of gold-silver-blue energy connecting them at their cores. You stand accused of disrupting the divine order, Zeus thundered, his voice echoing through the chamber. Of awakening powers deliberately sealed for the safety of all realms. Naruto stepped forward. With respect, Lord Zeus, those powers were sealed out of fear, not safety. And their absence nearly allowed Orthus to collapse the boundaries between worlds. Silence. Zeus slammed his master bolt against his throne, sending lightning cascading across the marble floor. You forget yourself, wild beast. This is not a negotiation. Nor is it a trial, Artemis countered, moving to stand beside Naruto. Though she had taken her place among the Olympians initially, she now stood with the Trinity. The fact remains that without our intervention, Orthus would have succeeded. Athena leaned forward on her throne, gray eyes calculating. The evidence supports their claim, Father. Our seers report that reality itself was fracturing until the Trinity restored the convergence seal. A convenient story, Hera sniffed. Perhaps they caused the fracturing to justify their rebellion. That's ridiculous, Apollo interjected. I was there when Orthus first appeared. He's been planning this since before the Trinity reawakened. Murmurs spread through the divine council. The gods were divided, some seeing the necessity of what had happened, others concerned about power beyond their control. Regardless of intent, Zeus pressed, the fact remains that 3 beings now wield power answerable to none of us. Power that could threaten Olympus itself. Thalia stepped forward, her stance defiant despite addressing her father. The Trinity doesn't threaten Olympus. It strengthens the foundations upon which Olympus stands. Bold words from my rebellious daughter, Zeus replied coldly. Who has apparently forgotten her oath of loyalty. I haven't forgotten any oaths, Thalia shot back. But the Trinity bond predates my oath to Artemis. It's woven into what I am, what we all are. Poseidon, who had remained silent until now, tapped his trident thoughtfully against his throne. Perhaps we should hear them out fully, brother. The situation is unprecedented. Zeus scowled but gestured for them to continue. Explain, then. What exactly is this trinity you claim to embody? Naruto took a deep breath. The trinity is a primordial balance that existed before the gods established their reign. It maintains the necessary equilibrium between chaos and order, between divine and mortal realms. I am the bridge, Artemis continued, connecting the divine and natural worlds, maintaining the passages between realms. I am the catalyst, Thalia added, the spark of transformation that allows change without destruction. And I am the mediator, Naruto finished, the balance point that prevents either chaos or order from dominating completely. Together, all three spoke simultaneously, we form the trinity that sustains the dynamic balance upon which all existence depends. The throne room fell silent as the gods absorbed this explanation. Even Zeus seemed momentarily at a loss for words. If what you say is true, Athena finally spoke, then why was this trinity suppressed to begin with? What prompted the original gods to seal such apparently essential power? Artemis met her sister's gaze steadily. Fear. Fear that power outside the divine hierarchy threatened Zeus's control. Lightning crackled around Zeus's throne. Watch your accusations, daughter. It's not an accusation but a historical fact, Naruto intervened. The Moirai themselves confirmed it. After establishing control over the Titans, Zeus and the elder gods sought to eliminate any power centers they didn't directly control. The Trinity didn't fit neatly into the new hierarchy, Thalia continued. So rather than understand it, Zeus chose to suppress it. My essence was bound to produce only male heirs until I broke the pattern. Artemis was confined by her oath of eternal maidenhood. Naruto was forced into dormancy. Zeus's knuckles whitened on his master bolt. You presume much, speaking of matters beyond your understanding. We understand perfectly now, Artemis replied. Our full memories have returned. Hades, who rarely attended Olympian councils, leaned forward on his guest throne of obsidian. I recall that time, he admitted, drawing surprised looks from his fellow gods. There was indeed concern about powers that predated our reign. Some were imprisoned in Tartarus, others bound through various means. You supported this? Poseidon asked his brother. Hades shrugged. I neither supported nor opposed it. But I observed the consequences, subtle imbalances in the flow between realms, difficulties maintaining the proper boundaries. Problems that have grown worse over millennia. Problems that Orthus exploited, Naruto added. He couldn't have nearly succeeded in collapsing the boundaries if they hadn't been already weakened by the Trinity's absence. Zeus shifted uncomfortably on his throne. For the first time, doubt crossed his regal features. Dionysus, who had appeared bored until now, suddenly spoke up. So what happens now? You three have awakened some primordial power triplet. Are you declaring independence from Olympus? Starting your own pantheon perhaps? Nothing so dramatic, Naruto assured him. The Trinity doesn't seek to rule or replace the gods. It seeks only to maintain the balance necessary for all realms to function properly. Including Olympus, Artemis emphasized. I remain an Olympian, father. My loyalty to this family hasn't changed. But your nature has, Hera pointed out. You're more than just the goddess of the hunt now. Your primordial aspects have reawakened. As they should have long ago, Artemis replied simply. Zeus raised his hand for silence, his expression thunderous but controlled. The council will deliberate on this matter. You will await our judgment. With respect, Naruto countered, we didn't come for judgment but to inform. The Trinity exists whether Olympus acknowledges it or not. Zeus rose to his full height, towering over them menacingly. You dare dictate terms to the king of gods? Naruto stood his ground. Not dictating, just stating reality. We can be allies or adversaries, Lord Zeus. The choice is yours. But suppressing the Trinity again isn't an option, not without risking the collapse that Orthus nearly achieved. Before Zeus could respond, a commotion erupted at the throne room entrance. Apollo burst in, his normally perfect appearance disheveled. Father! Olympians! We have an emergency. What now? Zeus demanded irritably. Tartarus is breaching. Apollo reported. Orthus has accelerated his plans. The corruption is eating through the boundaries from within. The throne room erupted in chaos as gods spoke over one another. Zeus slammed his master bolt down for silence. Explain exactly what's happening, he ordered. Reports from the underworld indicate massive corruption surges throughout Tartarus, Apollo said. Hades' lieutenants report the boundaries are thinning. Monsters that should be contained are escaping, and not just into the underworld, they're appearing directly in the mortal realm, bypassing normal constraints. All eyes turn to the Trinity. This is what we warned about, Naruto said grimly. Orthus is attacking the boundaries from Tartarus itself now. The convergence seal at Mount Tam strengthened the external boundaries, but he's working from within now. How long do we have? Athena asked Apollo. Hours, maybe a day at most before critical failure, he replied grimly. Zeus's expression hardened as he faced a decision. After a tense moment, he nodded sharply. It seems we have no choice but to temporarily set aside our concerns about the Trinity, he declared. What do you propose to stop Orthus? We need direct access to Tartarus, Artemis said immediately. To confront Orthus at the source of corruption. Impossible, Hades countered. Even gods don't enter Tartarus lightly. It's the one realm where divine power is at its weakest. Which is exactly why the Trinity must go, Naruto explained. Our power isn't purely divine, it's primordial. It works on different principles. Even so, you would need a way to neutralize Orthus permanently, Athena pointed out. He's already proven himself resilient to conventional attacks. Thalia stepped forward. There's a way. Something the fates hinted at when we spoke with them. A ritual that can bind primordial entities. A ritual requiring what? Zeus demanded suspiciously. Trinity energy focused through a proper conduit, Naruto explained. Which means we need to visit the birthplace of the wild beast, the location where I first took form eons ago. The gods exchanged uneasy glances. That location has been lost to time, Poseidon said. Even I don't remember its exact coordinates. I do, Naruto replied. With my full memories restored, I remember everything. It lies beneath what mortals now call the Aegean Sea, at the junction of 3 underwater caves. Poseidon's eyebrows rose. In my domain. The location predates the division of realms, Artemis explained. It exists at a point where multiple domains overlap naturally. Zeus considered this for a long moment, weighing options and consequences with the political acumen that had kept him in power for millennia. Very well, he finally declared. The Trinity will undertake this mission with Olympus's reluctant blessing. Poseidon will grant you access to the undersea location. Hades will provide entry to Tartarus. The rest of us will reinforce the boundaries as best we can to buy time. A generous offer, Naruto acknowledged. Thank you. Zeus's expression remained stern. Do not mistake necessity for acceptance, wild beast. Once this crisis passes, we will revisit the question of the Trinity's place in the divine order. Fair enough, Naruto agreed. One crisis at a time. As the council disbanded to prepare, the Trinity stepped aside for a private conversation. He's still planning to suppress us again if he can figure out how, Thalia muttered. Of course he is, Naruto replied with a slight smile. He's Zeus. Control is his defining trait. We'll deal with that problem later, Artemis decided. Orthus is the immediate threat. Apollo approached them, his expression troubled. There's something else you should know. The corruption in Tartarus, it's not just spreading randomly. It's specifically targeting the prisons of the Elder Titans. Kronos? Thalia asked sharply, remembering the Titan Lord who had nearly destroyed Olympus years before. And others, Apollo confirmed. If those prisons fail, then we have even less time than we thought, Naruto concluded. We need to leave immediately. One more thing, Apollo added, his voice dropping. The journey you're planning, the ritual you mentioned, it may have consequences beyond what you've considered. What do you mean? Artemis asked her brother. The fates visited me after you met them, Apollo explained. They showed me visions, possibilities. The ritual will bind Orthus, yes, but it will also permanently bind the three of you in ways that cannot be undone. We're already bound by the Trinity oath, Thalia pointed out. This would be deeper, Apollo warned. A soul-level connection that transcends normal divine or mortal bonds. Your individual identities would remain, but you would never truly be separate again. The three exchanged glances, silently communicating through their existing connection. It changes nothing, Artemis finally said. If that's what's required to stop Orthus, we'll accept it. Apollo studied his sister with new eyes. You've really changed, haven't you? The Artemis I knew would never have accepted such a permanent connection to others. I haven't changed, she corrected. I've remembered who I truly am. There's a difference. Apollo nodded slowly. Good luck then. I'll help coordinate Olympus's efforts to reinforce the boundaries while you're gone. As Apollo departed, Poseidon approached. I've arranged transportation to the Aegean. Hades will meet you there with access to Tartarus. Thank you, Lord Poseidon, Naruto said with genuine respect. The sea god studied him with ancient eyes. I remember you now, wild beast. From the early days when the seas were still finding their boundaries. You were different then. Wilder. We all change, Naruto replied. Even primordial beings. Indeed. Poseidon tapped his trident on the marble floor, opening a shimmering portal. This will take you directly to the coordinates you specified. My son Percy Jackson and several of his companions will meet you there, additional support for your mission. We appreciate the help, Thalia said, surprised by the gesture. Poseidon's expression softened slightly. Whatever Zeus's concerns, this threat affects all realms. Politics can wait when existence itself is at stake. With those parting words, Poseidon left them facing the portal. Ready? Naruto asked his companions. Artemis and Thalia nodded, determination evident in their stance. Together, the Trinity stepped through the portal, leaving the marble perfection of Olympus behind. They emerged on a small, rocky island in the Aegean Sea. The night sky sparkled with stars above, while the dark water lapped gently at the shore. Waiting for them was a small group, a dark-haired young man with sea-green eyes, a blonde woman wearing celestial bronze armor, and a satyr nervously chewing on a tin can. Lady Artemis, the blonde woman greeted with a respectful nod. Thalia. Annabeth, Thalia grinned, embracing her old friend. Percy. Grover. Glad to see you guys. Percy Jackson stepped forward, hand extended to Naruto. So you're the famous wild sage. Dad gave us a 5-minute crash course on primordial beings and trinity bonds before sending us here. Naruto shook his hand, immediately sensing the sea god's power flowing through the young demigod. Nice to meet you, Percy. Your father speaks highly of you. Really? Percy looked surprised. That's new. We don't have much time, Artemis interrupted. Orthus's corruption spreads quickly through Tartarus. Annabeth nodded. We've brought diving equipment for Thalia. Percy can create air bubbles for prolonged underwater work, and I assume you and Lady Artemis have divine methods. We'll manage, Naruto confirmed. The underwater caves are about 3 miles from here, at a depth of 200 feet. What exactly are we looking for? Grover asked, nervously adjusting his Rasta cap. The wellspring, Naruto explained. The point where I first emerged into consciousness eons ago. It contains primordial energy in its purest form, the raw material we need for the binding ritual. And after we get this, wellspring energy? Percy asked. Then we go to Tartarus, Thalia said grimly. Hades is meeting us with an entry point. Annabeth's grey eyes darkened at the mention of Tartarus. She and Percy had fallen into that hellish realm years before, an experience that still haunted them. You don't have to come with us that far, Artemis assured them, noting their reaction. Retrieving the wellspring essence is help enough. We'll see, Percy said noncommittally. One step at a time. They moved to the shoreline, preparing for the underwater journey. Percy didn't bother with equipment, simply walking into the waves as if entering his living room. Annabeth and Grover donned sophisticated breathing apparatus that Annabeth explained had been designed by the Hephaestus cabin. Thalia eyed the water uneasily as she adjusted her own gear. Not a fan of deep water? Naruto asked quietly. Daughter of Zeus, she reminded him. Poseidon's realm isn't exactly welcoming to us. Ancient rivalries and all that. The Trinity bond will help, he assured her. Your essence transcends those divisions now. Easy for you to say, she muttered, but there was no real heat in it. Artemis approached, having shifted her form slightly to adapt for underwater movement. Her silver eyes now had a faint reflective quality like deep-sea creatures, and subtle gills had formed at the sides of her neck. Ready? She asked. They nodded, and as one group, entered the Aegean waters. Percy took the lead, manipulating the currents to speed their journey and creating bubbles of air around those who needed it. Naruto and Artemis flanked the group, their enhanced senses alert for threats. Deep water creatures occasionally approached, curious about these strange visitors, but a gentle pulse of Trinity energy from Naruto sent them peacefully on their way. This connection you three have, Annabeth's voice came through the specialized communication system in their gear. How does it work exactly? It's difficult to explain in conventional terms, Artemis replied. It's not telepathy precisely, but we sense each other's presence, emotions, and general intentions. Like empathy on steroids, Thalia added. It's about resonance, Naruto elaborated. Our energies naturally harmonize, creating a unified field while maintaining individual identity. Fascinating, Annabeth mused. The metaphysical implications alone, we're here, Percy interrupted, pointing ahead where the seafloor dropped away into a massive trench. The underwater cliff face before them contained 3 cave openings arranged in a triangular pattern. Even from a distance, they could see a faint glow emanating from where the 3 passages presumably met deep within the rock. The convergence point, Naruto confirmed. It's still active after all this time. Any underwater monsters we should worry about? Grover asked nervously. The area has natural protections, Artemis assured him. Nothing hostile can approach the wellspring without permission. Permission from who? Percy wondered. From the wellspring itself, Naruto explained. It's semi-sentient, or perhaps more accurately, it responds to intention. Those who approach with harmony in mind are welcomed. Those with destruction or dominance as their goal are repelled. They swam closer, the glow from the caves intensifying. As they reached the triangle of openings, Naruto paused. Each cave represents an aspect of the Trinity, he explained. We should each take our corresponding path. The rest of you can follow whichever feels most natural. Without further discussion, the Trinity separated. Artemis entered the leftmost cave, its interior shimmering with silver light. Thalia took the rightmost passage, where blue electricity seemed to dance along the walls. Naruto approached the central opening, golden energy swirling around him as he entered. Percy, Annabeth, and Grover exchanged glances before making their choices. Percy felt drawn to Artemis's path, Annabeth to Naruto's, and Grover nervously followed Thalia. The passages curved gently downward, spiraling ever deeper into the earth. Despite being underwater, the caves remained partially air-filled, with the water level staying mysteriously at waist height regardless of the surrounding pressure. The laws of physics are more like suggestions here, Annabeth observed as she waited behind Naruto. This place existed before physics was properly defined, he confirmed with a smile. Reality is more fluid near primordial sites. After several minutes of travel, the passages widened, revealing glimpses of the others through crystalline walls that separated the three routes. Though they couldn't hear each other, they could see their companions moving parallel to them, converging on a central chamber ahead. Finally, the three paths merged into a vast underwater cavern. At its center floated a sphere of pure energy, not light exactly, but something more fundamental. It shifted constantly between gold, silver, and blue, occasionally revealing glimpses of other colors beyond normal human perception. The wellspring, Naruto said with reverence. Where primordial chaos first found form through balance. It's beautiful, Thalia whispered, the trinity bond humming stronger in the wellspring's presence. Artemis approached the floating sphere, her divine form resonating with its energy. I remember this place now. We've been here before, all three of us. This is where we first swore the Trinity oath. Billions of years ago, Naruto confirmed. When the world was still forming. Percy, Annabeth, and Grover hung back, instinctively understanding that this moment belonged to the Trinity alone. How do we collect what we need? Thalia asked, stepping closer to the pulsing sphere. We don't take from it, Naruto explained. We ask it to share. The three moved to form a triangle around the wellspring, their positions mirroring the arrangement of the caves that led here. Without needing instruction, they joined hands, completing a circuit around the primordial energy source. Wellspring of balance, they spoke in unison, words coming from memory rather than rehearsal, we seek your essence to restore harmony between chaos and order, between realms now threatened by corruption. The sphere pulsed brighter in response, tendrils of energy extending outward to touch each member of the Trinity. Where it made contact, their forms briefly shifted, Artemis's divine glow intensifying, Thalia's body crackling with primordial lightning, Naruto's sage marking spreading across his skin in intricate patterns. The wellspring remembers us, Artemis said softly. It remembers everything, Naruto replied. From the first moment of consciousness to now. The energy tendrils withdrew, but not completely. Three small spheres of wellspring essence remained, one hovering before each of them. Unlike the main sphere's shifting colors, these had stabilized, gold for Naruto, silver for Artemis, blue for Thalia. Take them, Naruto instructed. They're part of us anyway, just returning to their source. As they each accepted their sphere, the energy didn't remain separate but sank into their bodies, becoming part of their essence once more. The sensation was both foreign and intimately familiar, like remembering a fundamental truth long forgotten. I feel different, Thalia said, examining her hands as blue energy occasionally sparked between her fingers. Restored, Artemis corrected. This is how we were meant to be. Naruto turned to their companions. We have what we came for. Now we need to reach the entrance to Tartarus. About that, Percy said, looking uncomfortable. While you were doing your Trinity thing, we got a message from Hades. He held up a pearl that glowed with dark light. The situation has deteriorated faster than expected. The corruption has reached the upper levels of the underworld itself. Hades says we need to use a different entry point. Where? Artemis demanded. The doors of death, Annabeth replied grimly. They've been forced open from the Tartarus side. Hades can't close them because of the corruption, but it means we can enter directly where we need to be. Where are the doors currently anchored? Thalia asked. That's the problem, Grover bleated nervously. They're in flux because of the corruption. Their mortal world anchor keeps shifting. Hades can guide us to their current location, but we'll have limited time to enter before they shift again. Then we move now, Naruto decided. The wellspring essence will help us locate Orthus once we're in Tartarus. They made their way back through the caves, emerging into the open ocean once more. Percy created water currents to speed their return to the surface. As they neared the island where they'd started, they could see a tall figure waiting on the shore, robed in black with a crown of twisted obsidian. Hades, Artemis identified the god of the underworld. They emerged from the water, Percy instantly drawing everyone with a thought. Hades regarded them with an expression that mixed urgency with distaste. "I dislike surface visits," he said by way of greeting. "Especially when my realm is in chaos." "The corruption spread faster than anticipated," Naruto observed. "Indeed." Hades gestured to the air beside him, which shimmered and formed an image of the underworld. Black tendrils of corruption spread throughout Erebos, Asphodel, and the outer regions of Tartarus. "It's following a pattern, targeting the prisons containing elder titans and other primordial threats first, then spreading to structural supports. He's building an army," Artemis realized. "If those prisons fail." "Precisely," Hades confirmed. "The doors of death are currently anchored approximately 3 miles from here, at an abandoned temple dedicated to Hecate. They will remain stable for perhaps another hour before shifting again. Will you come with us?" Thalia asked. Hades shook his head. "I cannot. My power is needed to reinforce the remaining boundaries and protect souls in my care. This corruption." He hesitated. "It doesn't just destroy physical forms. It corrupts the essence itself. Souls touched by it are fundamentally altered." "Then we go alone," Naruto decided. "Not completely alone," Percy interjected. "We're coming too." Annabeth nodded firmly beside him. "We've been to Tartarus before. We know what to expect." "And Asatter's woodland magic might help counter corruption," Grover added, though he looked terrified at his own suggestion. Artemis studied them with newfound respect. "Your courage is admirable, but this mission will be unlike anything you've faced before." "Story of our lives," Percy shrugged with a half-smile. Hades produced a black pearl from his robes. "This will guide you to the doors. Once in Tartarus, you'll have perhaps 12 hours before the corruption reaches critical mass. After that." He left the consequences unstated. "We understand," Naruto accepted the pearl. "Thank you for your assistance, Lord Hades." The god of the underworld nodded curtly. "Stop Orthus. Whatever your differences with Olympus, we share this goal completely." With those parting words, he dissolved into shadow and disappeared. The pearl glowed faintly in Naruto's palm, tugging in a specific direction. "This way," he said, leading the group inland. They traveled quickly through sparse Mediterranean vegetation, following winding goat paths up into rocky hills. The night was deep now, but the Trinity members emitted enough soft light, gold, silver, and blue, to illuminate their way without need for artificial sources. "So what's the plan once we reach Orthus?" Percy asked as they hiked. "I'm guessing hit him really hard isn't going to cut it. The ritual requires 3 components," Naruto explained. "The wellspring essence we've already collected, a direct connection to Orthus's corruption, and a proper binding circle created from Trinity energy. The difficult part will be establishing all 3 simultaneously," Artemis added. "Orthus won't simply wait while we prepare the ritual. That's where we come in, I'm guessing," Annabeth surmised. "Distraction duty?" "More like protection," Thalia corrected. "The Trinity will be vulnerable during the ritual. We'll need you to keep corruption forces off us until it's complete." They crested a hill and saw their destination, a ruined temple of pale stone, half-collapsed but still recognizable as a place once sacred to Hecate, goddess of magic and crossroads. Even from a distance, they could see something was wrong with the air around it. Reality seemed to warp and bend, the stars visible through what should have been solid stone columns. "The doors of death," Annabeth identified. "The barrier between worlds is paper-thin there." "And growing thinner," Naruto observed. "Look." Black tendrils of corruption occasionally slipped through the distortion, probing the mortal world briefly before withdrawing again, like fingers testing the strength of a membrane. "We need to hurry," Artemis urged. "The anchor is already destabilizing." They approached the temple cautiously. Up close, the distortion was more pronounced, a rectangular shape roughly the size of elevator doors, floating between two columns. Through it, they could glimpse the hellish landscape of Tartarus, a red-hued wasteland where gravity and perspective seemed optional rather than mandatory. "Charming place," Thalia muttered. "Forgot how much I didn't miss it." "The corruption is affecting the door's stability," Naruto noted, studying the black energy eating at the edges of the portal. "We might not have an hour after all." Then no more delays, Artemis decided. She turned to the demigods and Satyr. "Last chance to reconsider. Tartarus is no place for mortal beings." Percy and Annabeth exchanged glances, a wealth of communication passing between them in that brief look, memories of their previous journey through that hellish realm, the trauma they still carried, and their determination despite it all. "We're coming," Percy said firmly. "Friends don't let friends face primordial corruption alone." "Your call," Naruto acknowledged with respect. "Stay close once we're through." Tartarus plays tricks on the mind, especially for non-divine beings. With no further discussion, the Trinity approached the doors of death. The portal pulsed ominously, black corruption trying to repel them even as it sensed the wellspring essence they carried. "Together," Naruto said, taking Artemis's and Thalia's hands. They stepped forward as one, the Trinity bond flaring brightly as they contacted the portal's surface. For a moment, resistance pushed against them, then the corruption recoiled from their combined essence, clearing a path. They stepped through the doors of death, crossing the threshold between the mortal world and the deepest pit of punishment in creation. Percy, Annabeth, and Grover followed immediately behind, the Satyr whimpering quietly as the oppressive atmosphere of Tartarus enveloped them. Unlike the red wasteland glimpsed through the portal, they found themselves in a space transformed by corruption. The natural features of Tartarus, rivers of fire, fields of razor-sharp glass, poison air, had been overlaid with geometric patterns of black energy similar to those they'd seen at Mount Tam, but vastly more extensive. "He's been busy," Thalia observed, taking in the corrupted landscape. "This is recent," Artemis noted. "The patterns are still forming, still spreading." Naruto closed his eyes, entering sage mode to sense their surroundings more clearly. The wellspring essence enhanced his perception, allowing him to see beyond physical reality to the energy patterns beneath. "Orthus is at the center," he reported, opening eyes now ringed with golden markings. "About 10 miles from here, at what used to be the heart of Tartarus." "The heart?" Annabeth questioned. "You mean where the physical manifestation of Tartarus himself was encountered?" Naruto nodded grimly. "Exactly there. Orthus is drawing power from the primordial essence of the pit itself." "That can't be good," Percy understated. "It gets worse," Naruto continued. "The corruption has reached several Titan prisons already. I sense chaotic energy signatures breaking free. We need to move," Artemis decided. "Before his forces organize completely." They set off across the corrupted landscape, following Naruto's guidance. The terrain shifted unnaturally beneath their feet, sometimes solid rock, sometimes viscous fluid that tried to cling to their steps. The air itself felt wrong, carrying whispers and fragments of sounds that shouldn't exist. "Stay within the Trinity's aura," Artemis instructed their mortal companions. "The corruption will try to affect your minds first." Sure enough, as they progressed deeper, the effects became more pronounced. Shadowy figures appeared at the edges of their vision, vanishing when looked at directly. The whispers grew more distinct, often mimicking familiar voices calling for help. "Classic Tartarus," Percy muttered. "Always with the mind games." "Not just Tartarus," Naruto corrected. "Orthus is deliberately targeting emotional vulnerabilities. The corruption reads your fears and uses them against you." They crested a ridge of black glass and stopped short at the view before them. In the valley below, a massive ritual circle had been constructed, geometrically perfect, pulsing with corrupt energy. At its center stood Orthus, more physically manifested than they had yet seen him. Both canine heads were fully formed now, one black and one white, mounted on a humanoid body composed of swirling darkness solidified into musculature. Around him worked dozens of corrupted entities, former monsters, nature spirits, even what appeared to be minor gods, all transformed by the black energy into extensions of Orthus's will. More disturbing were the prisons visible at the edge of the ritual circle, transparent bubbles of corruption containing writhing figures of immense size and power. Titans, Artemis identified them. Hyperion, Krios, and there, in the largest containment, that's Kronos himself, partially reformed. He's not freeing them, Naruto realized, studying the pattern. He's harvesting them. Converting their essence into more corruption. That's why the spread accelerated so rapidly, Thalia understood. He's using the Titans as fuel. We need to stop the ritual before those conversions complete, Artemis decided. Once he absorbs Titan essence fully, even the Trinity may not be enough. How do we approach? Grover asked nervously. There's at least 50 corrupted guards down there, plus Orthus himself. Naruto considered their options. We need a diversion. Something to draw attention while the Trinity gets into position for our own ritual. Leave that to us, Percy offered. Creating chaos is kind of our specialty. It's too dangerous, Artemis objected. Those aren't normal monsters, they're corruption incarnate. We're not planning to fight them directly, Annabeth explained. Just confuse them long enough for you to get started. She turned to Percy. The rivers. Remember how they flow through Tartarus? If we could redirect one. Percy's eyes widened as he caught her meaning. Phlegethon, the river of fire. It runs near here. If I could divert its flow toward the ritual circle. The fire wouldn't hurt the corruption directly, Naruto pointed out. No, but it would create steam and confusion, Annabeth explained. And more importantly, it would disrupt the geometric precision of Orthus's ritual. These patterns require perfect alignment. Naruto nodded, impressed. That could work. But you'd need to reach the river without being detected. I can help with that, Grover offered. Woodland magic works differently here, but I can still create natural camouflage. Enough to mask our approach at least. The Trinity exchanged glances, communicating silently through their bond. Very well, Artemis decided. Create your diversion. We'll use the confusion to reach the center of the circle. Once there, we'll need approximately 5 minutes to establish our binding ritual. 5 minutes in Tartarus surrounded by corruption. Percy grinned without humor. No problem. They separated, Percy's team circling west toward where the fiery river Phlegethon flowed, while the Trinity prepared for their approach. We'll need to synchronize perfectly for this, Naruto told his companions. The wellspring essence must be activated simultaneously, and our energies must form the counter-circle pattern exactly. I remember the pattern, Artemis assured him. It's clearer now, with the essence integrated. Thalia nodded. Same here. It's like muscle memory for something I've never consciously done before. They waited, watching Percy's team disappear behind a ridge of black stone. Minutes passed in tense silence, the corruption below continuing its ominous work. Then, without warning, chaos erupted. A massive wall of liquid fire surged from the west, crashing into the edge of Orthus's ritual circle. Steam exploded upward as fire met corruption, creating an instant fog bank that obscured half the valley. Corrupted guards rushed toward the disruption, their ordered formations breaking down in confusion. Now! Naruto urged. The Trinity moved as one, no longer bothering with stealth. Their combined aura flared around them, gold, silver, and blue energy forming a protective bubble as they sprinted directly toward the heart of the ritual. Orthus sensed them immediately, both heads turning toward the approaching Trinity. The countering force arrives, he announced, voice booming across the valley. Right on schedule. He expected us, Thalia realized as they ran. Of course he did, Artemis replied grimly. But expectation doesn't equal preparation. Corrupted guards turned from the river diversion, rushing to intercept them. The Trinity didn't slow, Naruto's chakra chains lashed out, clearing a path, while Artemis's silver arrows and Thalia's lightning struck those who got too close. They reached the inner circle quickly, their combined power creating a momentary clearing in the corruption. Orthus awaited them at the center, making no move to attack, his dual faces watching with something approaching anticipation. The Trinity restored, he greeted them. How fitting that you should witness the culmination of eons of planning. This ends now, Orthus, Naruto declared, the Trinity forming a triangle around the two-headed entity. Orthus laughed, the sound echoing strangely from both mouths. End? This is merely transformation. The boundaries that have constrained existence are dissolving as we speak. Feel it. And they could, reality itself seemed to shudder around them, the walls between realms growing paper-thin. Through momentary tears in space, they glimpsed other worlds, Olympus, the mortal realm, the underworld, and stranger domains beyond. You're destroying everything, Artemis accused. I'm freeing everything, Orthus countered. Returning all to the primordial state where limitless potential exists instead of rigid definition. That's not freedom, Thalia argued. It's chaos without purpose. Purpose is a prison, Orthus replied, spreading arms that seemed to extend beyond normal dimensions. I offer liberation from purpose, from identity, from separation itself. Naruto's sage-enhanced senses detected the pattern beneath their feet shifting, responding to their presence. He's incorporating us into his ritual, he warned. We need to establish our counter-pattern now. The Trinity moved with perfect coordination, each taking position at precise points around Orthus. The wellspring essence they carried responded, rising to their skin's surface in glowing manifestations of their respective colors. Begin the binding, Naruto instructed, golden energy flowing outward from his hands to trace patterns on the corrupted ground. Artemis and Thalia followed suit, silver and blue energies creating their own segments of a new geometric design that overlaid Orthus's corruption. Where the Trinity's patterns touched the black lines, the corruption hissed and recoiled. Yes. Orthus encouraged them, surprising the Trinity with his enthusiasm. Add your power to the convergence. The pattern requires balance to complete. His reaction gave them pause, but they couldn't stop now. The binding ritual, once started, had to be completed or the backlash would destroy them. Something's wrong, Artemis said through gritted teeth as she continued tracing her pattern. He's too confident. Keep going, Naruto urged. Whatever he's planning, our binding will contain him if we complete it properly. The geometric patterns grew more complex as they worked, lines of gold, silver, and blue interweaving in 3 dimensions, rising from the ground to form a dome around them and Orthus. The corruption fought against it, but the wellspring essence proved stronger, forcing the black energy to retreat wherever they established their pattern. Outside their forming dome, chaos continued. They caught glimpses of Percy, Annabeth, and Grover fighting corrupted guards, using the river's fire and their own abilities to create ongoing disruption. So far, they were holding their own, but more corruption forces were converging on their position. We need to hurry, Thalia urged, her blue energy pulsing faster as she worked. Almost there, Naruto assured her, the golden lines from his hands connecting with the others' patterns to form interlocking triangles. Orthus watched their work with evident satisfaction, making no move to interfere. You still don't understand, do you? He said conversationally. Why I led you to the wellspring. Why I ensured the Trinity would be restored. Enlighten us, Artemis replied tersely, focus remaining on her pattern weaving. The Trinity represents perfect balance, Orthus explained. But balance can be tipped, redirected. Your binding ritual doesn't just contain me, it contains the space where realms converge. His dual faces split into identical grins. Add the right catalyst to that containment. Realization hit Naruto too late. The Titan essence. He's going to channel it into our binding. Even as he spoke, the corrupted prisons holding the captured titans began to pulse in sequence, black energy drawing their power toward the central circle where the trinity worked. "We need to abort," Thalia shouted. "We can't," Artemis countered. "The pattern is past the critical point. If we stop now, the energies collapse inward." Orthus raised his arms triumphantly as the first wave of converted titan essence flowed into the ritual space. Perfect balance becomes perfect chaos when the scale is properly loaded. The Trinity fought to maintain control of their ritual, but the influx of corrupted titan power disrupted the delicate geometry they'd established. Their gold-silver-blue pattern began to fracture as black corruption forced its way between the lines. "I'm losing it," Thalia called out, her blue energy flickering as corruption pushed against it. "Hold!" Naruto shouted, pouring more of his essence into the pattern. "We need to complete the binding before the corruption overtakes it." Outside their dome, the situation deteriorated rapidly. Percy and the others found themselves surrounded by corruption forces, fighting desperately to maintain their position. The diverted river had been contained, its diversionary value exhausted. "We need a new approach," Artemis decided, silver energy straining against the invasion of blackness. "If we can't prevent the corruption from entering our binding, we incorporate it." "What?" Thalia looked at her in shock. "Not resist, redirect," Artemis explained, altering her pattern to create channels rather than barriers. "Guide the corruption through the binding rather than against it." Naruto understood immediately. "Brilliant. If we can't stop it, we use it." He began modifying his own pattern, creating pathways that would guide the corrupted energy rather than block it. Thalia followed their lead, her blue lines shifting to form new geometries. "Where does it go once channeled?" "Back to the source," Naruto replied, gesturing toward Orthus. "We complete the circuit, corruption to corruptor." Orthus's triumph faltered as he recognized the pattern shift. "What are you doing? Stop!" For the first time, he attempted to interfere directly, black tendrils lashing out at their weaving hands. But the Trinity bond protected them, their combined aura deflecting his attacks. "Too late," Artemis told him with grim satisfaction. "You wanted to be part of our binding ritual? Wish granted." The modified pattern completed with a surge of Trinity energy. Instantly, the corrupted Titan essence that had been forcing its way in found new pathways, channels that led directly to Orthus himself. "No," he howled as his own corruption began flowing back into him. "This isn't the convergence I planned." "It's the one you get," Thalia replied, focusing her energy to strengthen the channels. Orthus thrashed as corruption poured into him from all directions, not just the Titan essence he'd harvested, but all the corruption he'd spread throughout Tartarus. The binding ritual had created a nexus that identified his energy signature and recalled it to its source. "You can't contain this much power," he warned, his form bulging grotesquely as corruption continued to flow into him. "No vessel can hold the combined essence of Titans and primordial chaos." "That's why we're not just containing it," Naruto explained, hands forming new seals. "We're transforming it." The Trinity moved in perfect synchronization, adjusting their positions to form a tighter triangle around the struggling Orthus. Their gold-silver-blue energies intensified, creating an inner pattern within the binding, a purification circle similar to what they'd used at the Everglades, but magnified through the wellspring essence. "No vessel can contain corruption," Artemis agreed. "But a properly balanced vessel can transmute it." Orthus howled as the purification began to affect the corruption flowing into him. His dual heads thrashed wildly, golden eyes wide with fury and fear. "You'll destroy everything," he warned. "The energy release will collapse Tartarus itself." "Not with the proper containment," Naruto countered, golden chains erupting from his back to reinforce the binding circle. The purification accelerated, waves of gold-silver-blue energy washing through the corruption, transforming it into something balanced rather than chaotic. Orthus's form began to change, the solid blackness giving way to something more translucent, more harmonized. But the strain on the Trinity was immense. The sheer volume of corruption being channeled and transformed threatened to overwhelm even their combined power. We can't contain it all, Thalia realized, her form flickering as she poured more of her essence into the ritual. We need an anchor, Artemis agreed, silver energy dimming as she approached her limits. Naruto looked between his trinity partners, decision forming in his mind. I'll be the anchor. What? Artemis turned to him sharply. No. I'm the mediator, Naruto reminded her. Balance is my domain. I can channel the excess energy. It will consume you, Thalia protested. Not completely, he assured them. The Ninetales chakra will protect my core essence. I'll reform eventually. There must be another way, Artemis insisted. The binding circle pulsed ominously as their debate weakened their concentration. Orthus, sensing opportunity, gathered what control remained to him and pushed against the containment. Decide quickly, he taunted. Your binding fails. Naruto met Artemis's silver eyes, then Thalia's electric blue ones. Through their bond, he conveyed certainty, determination, and something deeper, a connection that transcended their current forms. Trust me, he said simply. The Trinity continues, even if my form changes temporarily. Without waiting for further argument, Naruto moved to the center of the pattern, directly facing Orthus. Golden chakra chains shot from his back, wrapping around the two-headed entity and pulling him closer. What are you doing? Orthus demanded, struggling against the restraints. Completing the balance, Naruto replied. Chaos and order, unified through proper mediation. He formed a complex sequence of hand seals, sage markings spreading across his entire body. Sage art, primordial absorption. Golden light exploded outward as Naruto's technique activated. The corruption flowing into Orthus redirected, channeling instead into Naruto himself. The blackness fought his golden energy, the two forces swirling together like oil and water refusing to mix. Naruto! Thalia cried out, moving to intervene. Stay back, he commanded. Maintain the outer binding. If it fails, everything releases at once. Reluctantly, Artemis pulled Thalia back, both goddesses reinforcing the binding circle as Naruto struggled at its center. The absorption continued, corruption pouring into Naruto from all directions. His form began to change, golden light giving way to darkness in places, then reasserting itself, the battle for dominance playing out visibly. You'll become what you fight, Orthus warned, his own form stabilizing as the corruption left him. The container becomes the contained. Not quite, Naruto managed through gritted teeth. The mediator transforms both sides. Neither corruption, nor purity. Balance. His body flared with impossible brightness as Kurama's chakra fully activated, the Ninetales energy adding a third component to the struggle. Red, gold, and black energies swirled together, fighting, merging, transforming. Outside the binding circle, Percy, Annabeth, and Grover had fought their way to the perimeter, watching in awe and horror as Naruto's transformation progressed. We need to help him. Percy shouted, starting forward only to be stopped by Artemis's raised hand. Stay back. The energies would destroy you instantly. Inside the circle, Naruto had almost completely disappeared within a swirling vortex of multicolored energy. Orthus floated opposite him, his form now translucent, the corruption that had defined him mostly absorbed. It's working, Thalia realized. The corruption is leaving Tartarus. Look! Beyond their immediate vicinity, the black patterns that had covered the landscape were receding, pulled toward the binding circle and into the vortex surrounding Naruto. At what cost? Artemis asked softly, silver eyes never leaving the maelstrom where Naruto fought. The vortex contracted suddenly, energy collapsing inward with impossible force. For a brief moment, they saw Naruto at its center, transformed beyond recognition, his body a mixture of golden light and shadow, neither fully corporeal nor completely energy. The Trinity endures, his voice reached them, though his lips didn't move. Find me when the time comes. Then the vortex imploded completely. A shockwave of balanced energy, neither corrupted nor purified, but perfectly harmonized between the two, spread outward in a silent wave. Where it touched the landscape of Tartarus, the corruption vanished, leaving the natural, if hellish, environment restored. When the wave passed and vision cleared, the center of the binding circle was empty. Both Naruto and Orthus had vanished completely. Naruto! Thalia called out, rushing forward despite the residual energy still crackling in the air. Artemis followed more cautiously, her divine senses searching for any trace of her trinity partner. He's gone, she confirmed softly. But not destroyed. I can still feel him through the bond, just, distant. Transformed. Where the vortex had been, a single object remained, a crystalline sphere about the size of a baseball, swirling with gold, black, and red energies in perfect balance. What is it? Thalia asked as Artemis carefully lifted the crystal. A containment sphere, the goddess replied. Naruto and Orthus, they've become one entity, balanced through Naruto's mediation power. One entity? Percy asked, joining them with Annabeth and Grover. You mean they fused? Not exactly, Artemis explained, studying the sphere. More like. Naruto created a perfect balanced state where neither could dominate the other. A harmony of opposites. Can we get him back? Thalia asked, the pain in her voice evident. Artemis cradled the sphere gently. He said to find him when the time comes. I believe this is a temporary state, a cocoon rather than a prison. The ground beneath them trembled suddenly, reminding them of their precarious location. Tartarus is stabilizing, Annabeth observed, but that means the doors of death will be closing. We need to leave immediately. They made their way back across the now restored landscape of Tartarus, following the pull of Hades's guiding pearl. The journey seemed shorter somehow, as if the realm itself was helping speed their departure now that the corruption had been neutralized. They reached the doors of death just as they began to flicker, the connection to the mortal world growing tenuous. With a final sprint, they passed through the portal, emerging once again in the ruined temple of Hecate. Dawn was breaking over the Aegean, golden light spilling across the ancient stones. The air felt clean and fresh after the oppressive atmosphere of Tartarus. We did it, Grover said in wonder. The corruption's gone. I can feel it, nature is rebalancing everywhere. Artemis and Thalia stood apart from the others, the crystal sphere between them, their bond to their missing third palpable even to observers. What now? Thalia asked quietly. We return to Olympus, Artemis decided. The council must be informed of what happened. And she gazed at the sphere, we begin the process of restoring Naruto to his proper form. Is that even possible? The Trinity is incomplete without the mediator, Artemis replied. Balance itself will work toward restoration. It may take time, but Naruto will return. They were interrupted by the arrival of Apollo's sun chariot, blazing across the morning sky before descending to land near the temple ruins. The sun god leapt out, his expression a mixture of relief and concern. You succeeded, he called out. We felt the change throughout all realms. The corruption vanished completely. His smile faded as he noted their somber expressions and the absence of one member of their party. Where's the wild sage? Artemis held up the crystal sphere. Contained, with Orthus. He sacrificed his physical form to complete the balance. Apollo's face fell. Zeus will want that sphere. Zeus cannot have it, Artemis replied firmly. The Trinity will protect its own. That might be difficult to explain to Father, Apollo warned. He's already suspicious of your new bond and power. This will only increase his concerns. Then we'll need to make him understand, Thalia said with determination. The Trinity isn't a threat to Olympus, it's a foundation that supports it. Apollo looked between them, noting the resolve in their expressions. You've changed, both of you. More than just power, your perspectives have shifted. We've remembered who we truly are, Artemis explained. The roles we were meant to fulfill. The sun god nodded slowly. I'll support you before the council. As will others who witnessed the corruption's threat. But be prepared for resistance. We always are, Thalia replied with a grim smile. 3 days later, the Trinity, now physically reduced to 2, stood again before the full Olympian council. The crystal sphere containing Naruto and Orthus rested on a silver pedestal between them, glowing softly with balanced energy. Zeus regarded the sphere with obvious suspicion. You claim the wild beast sacrificed himself to contain the corruption. To transform it, Artemis corrected. Not contain. The sphere represents perfect balance between chaos and order, what the Trinity was created to maintain. And this object now houses both Naruto and the creature Orthus. Athena asked, studying the sphere with scholarly interest. In a transformed state, Thalia confirmed. Neither fully separate nor completely merged. A harmony of opposites. Convenient, Ares muttered. The wild beast removes himself from our judgment by becoming a paperweight. He saved all realms, Apollo reminded his brother sharply. The reports from the underworld confirm it, Tartarus has been completely cleansed of corruption. At what cost? Zeus pressed. This Trinity bond remains active despite his transformation. The power that concerned us still exists beyond our authority. Not beyond, Artemis corrected. Alongside. The Trinity maintains what Olympus requires to exist, the balanced boundaries between realms. Pretty words, Zeus said dismissively. But I remain unconvinced. This sphere should be secured in Olympus's vault, not left in your possession. That won't be possible, Artemis replied calmly but firmly. The sphere is part of the Trinity now. Separating it would risk destabilizing what we've just restored. Zeus's expression darkened. You defy me openly, daughter. I inform you of necessity, father, she countered. The Trinity bond connects us to that sphere. Distance weakens the connection. Prolonged separation would risk the balance Naruto sacrificed himself to create. Before Zeus could respond, the sphere pulsed suddenly, the swirling energies within intensifying. Gold, black, and red light spilled outward, coalescing into a translucent image between Artemis and Thalia. Naruto's form appeared, ghostly but recognizable, his expression serene despite the circumstances. Greetings, Council of Olympus, his voice echoed strangely, as if coming from great distance. I apologize for the dramatic entrance, but my communication opportunities are limited in this state. Zeus leaned forward on his throne. Wild beast. You live, after a fashion. I exist in balance, Naruto corrected. Neither living nor dead by conventional definitions. Orthus and I have reached an equilibrium state where neither dominates. Through this balance, the corruption has been neutralized. For how long? Athena asked pragmatically. Indefinitely, provided the Trinity bond remains intact, Naruto explained. Which is why the sphere must remain with Artemis and Thalia. Convenient for your agenda, Zeus noted skeptically. Naruto's translucent form smiled slightly. My agenda is balance, Lord Zeus. Always has been, even before you existed. That includes balance between the Trinity and Olympus, not opposition, but cooperation. You suggest an alliance? Poseidon asked, seeming more receptive than his brother. A restoration of the original arrangement, Naruto clarified. Before the Trinity was suppressed. We maintained the boundaries between realms while the gods governed within those boundaries. Separate domains, mutual benefit. The council exchanged glances, various gods considering the implications of this proposal. And if we refuse? Zeus challenged. Then you place all realms at risk again, Naruto replied simply. The corruption was only possible because the Trinity was suppressed. Without proper balance, boundaries weaken over time. He speaks truth, came an unexpected voice. All eyes turned to see three hooded figures materializing at the edge of the throne room, the fates themselves, rarely seen in Olympus proper. Zeus straightened on his throne. Moirai. You honor us with your presence. We come not to honor but to verify, Clotho replied, her ancient voice carrying easily across the chamber. What the Trinity claims is fact, not interpretation. The suppression of their bond created the vulnerability Orthus exploited. Had they remained active throughout the ages, Lachesis continued, the corruption could never have taken root. The Trinity predates your reign, Zeus, Atropos concluded. And will outlast it. Necessity, not ambition, dictates their restoration. A heavy silence fell across the throne room. Even Zeus hesitated to dismiss the direct testimony of the fates. Finally, the king of gods sighed, lightning crackling briefly around his beard. It seems I am outvoted. Very well. The Trinity may maintain their bond and their sphere. But, his eyes narrowed, Artemis remains an Olympian, subject to council decisions in matters affecting Olympus directly. Agreed, Artemis nodded. My loyalty to this family hasn't changed. And your oath of maidenhood? Hera asked pointedly. The Trinity bond seems to contradict its requirements. Artemis exchanged glances with Thalia and Naruto's translucent form. The oath was imposed as part of the Trinity's suppression. With our true nature restored, its restrictions no longer apply. However, she added before Zeus could protest, the hunt will continue under my guidance. My hunter's oaths remain valid for those who choose to maintain them. Unorthodox, Apollo commented with a slight smile, but then again, normal rules rarely applied to you, sister. What of the wild beast's restoration? Athena asked practically. Will he remain in this crystalline prison indefinitely? Not a prison, Naruto corrected. A cocoon. My essence merges with and transforms Orthus's corruption. When the process completes, I will return in physical form. And Orthus with you? Zeus asked sharply. Transformed, balanced, Naruto explained. Neither the threat he was nor completely eliminated. Balance requires both forces to exist, properly harmonized. How long will this transformation take? Thalia asked, the question clearly foremost in her mind since his sacrifice. Naruto's translucent form turned to her, expression softening. Time flows differently in this state. For me, the process has already begun. For you. He hesitated. The winter solstice should see its completion. When light begins its return, so shall I. 6 months, Artemis calculated. The midwinter festival that had always been sacred to her. Until then, Naruto continued, addressing the full council again, the Trinity bond will sustain the balance. Artemis and Thalia carry that responsibility in my absence. And after your return? Zeus pressed. What then? Then the Trinity functions as it was always meant to, Naruto replied simply. Maintaining boundaries, ensuring balance, supporting the structure upon which gods and mortals depend equally. His form began to fade, the energy returning to the crystal sphere. My time is limited in this form. Remember, the winter solstice brings transformation. Be ready. With those final words, his image disappeared completely, the sphere's swirling energies settling back into their previous pattern. Zeus sat back on his throne, expression unreadable. The council acknowledges the Trinity's role, he declared after a moment's consideration. Until the wild beasts return, Artemis and Thalia will act as its representatives to Olympus. It wasn't full acceptance, but it was progress. Artemis inclined her head in acknowledgement of the compromise. Thank you, Father. As the council disbanded, gods teleporting away to their various domains, Artemis and Thalia carefully collected the crystal sphere. 6 months, Thalia said quietly. Feels like forever. For immortals, it passes quickly, Artemis assured her, though her own expression betrayed similar impatience. Apollo approached them, his normally carefree demeanor subdued. That went better than expected. Father's grumbling, but he won't act against the fates' direct testimony. Small mercies, Artemis replied. What will you do now? Her brother asked. Artemis gazed at the sphere, silver light reflecting in her eyes. Return to the hunt. Continue our duties. And prepare for the winter solstice. The bond between you three. Apollo hesitated. It's stronger than I anticipated. Different from anything in divine experience. Because it's not purely divine, Thalia explained. It's primordial, elemental. It exists at a level beneath divinity itself. Apollo nodded thoughtfully. I've composed 17 haiku about it already. Would you like to hear them? Despite everything, Artemis found herself smiling. Perhaps another time, brother. As Apollo departed with a theatrical sigh, Athena approached, her calculating eyes fixed on the crystal sphere. May I? She asked, gesturing toward it. After a moment's hesitation, Artemis allowed her sister to examine the sphere, though she didn't release it entirely. Fascinating, Athena murmured. Perfect harmony of opposing forces. Neither canceling the other, but transforming both into something new. That's Naruto's essence, Thalia explained. The mediator. Finding balance where others see only conflict. Athena returned her attention to the two Trinity members. The winter solstice has always been a time of transformation. The darkest day giving birth to increasing light. An appropriate time for his return. We need to prepare, Artemis said. The transformation will require a proper location, protection. The original wellspring, Athena suggested. Where you collected the essence initially. It would provide the necessary environment for such a fundamental change. Artemis nodded. My thoughts exactly. I'll provide what assistance I can, Athena offered. Discreetly, of course. Father may have grudgingly accepted the Trinity, but he'll be watching closely for any perceived overreach. Thank you, sister. As Athena departed, Artemis and Thalia stood alone in the vast throne room, the crystal sphere glowing softly between them. I can still feel him, Thalia said quietly. Through the bond. Distant but present. As can I, Artemis confirmed. The Trinity remains unbroken, merely, stretched. 6 months, Thalia repeated. What do we do until then? Artemis's silver eyes met her lieutenant's electric blue ones. We continue our duties. We prepare for his return. And we strengthen the bond between us. The months that followed saw subtle but significant changes throughout the divine and mortal realms. With the Trinity partially restored and actively maintaining boundaries, the natural world flourished. Wilderness areas grew more vibrant, weather patterns stabilized, and the veil between mortal perception and divine reality strengthened in healthy ways. The hunters of Artemis continued their missions, though with a new understanding of their lady's expanded nature. Most remained loyal to their oaths, finding comfort in the sisterhood and purpose Artemis had always provided. A few chose to depart when they learned the goddess's oath of maidenhood had been modified, but they did so with Artemis's blessing rather than in disgrace. Thalia balanced her roles as lieutenant of the hunt and active member of the Trinity with growing confidence. The bond with Artemis deepened during Naruto's absence, their complementary energies, silver and blue, working in tandem to maintain what the Golden Third had established. The crystal sphere remained always with them, usually worn by Artemis as a pendant, occasionally carried by Thalia when her lady needed to act in full divine capacity among the Olympians. Through it, they sometimes received brief communications from Naruto, glimpses of consciousness emerging from the transformation process underway within. Zeus watched the Trinity's activities with wary acceptance, neither fully endorsing nor actively opposing their restored role. Other gods adapted more readily, particularly those with domains connected to natural forces. Poseidon found his seas calmer yet more vibrant. Demeter's crops flourished with unprecedented vigor. Even Hades reported improved stability in the boundaries between life and death. As autumn painted the world in golden hues and the first frost crept across northern landscapes, preparations intensified for the winter solstice. Artemis and Thalia spent increasingly more time at the underwater wellspring, strengthening its connection to the crystal sphere, preparing the ancient chamber for the transformation to come. Percy, Annabeth, and Grover assisted when needed, creating safe passages and helping establish protective perimeters around the site. Word had spread among both divine and demigod communities about the wild sage's anticipated return, creating both excitement and concern depending on one's relationship to Olympian authority. 1 week before the solstice, Artemis called her hunters together at their main camp in the forests of New Hampshire. Snow blanketed the ground around their silver tents, but perfect warmth emanated from their central fire. The time approaches for Naruto's return, she explained to her assembled hunters. Thalia and I will be absent during the solstice itself, and perhaps for some days after. Will the wild sage rejoin us once he returns, my lady? Phoebe asked. Of all the hunters, she had most fully embraced the Trinity's restoration, perhaps because of her direct experience with Naomi's healing in the Everglades. That remains to be seen, Artemis replied honestly. The Trinity's bond will require time to restabilize after his transformation. What form that takes? She hesitated. We cannot know until it happens. The hunt will continue regardless, Thalia assured them. Our purpose hasn't changed, protecting the wilderness and those within it. Though our understanding of wilderness has expanded, Artemis added with a small smile. As has our connection to it. The night before the solstice, Artemis and Thalia made their final journey to the underwater wellspring. Percy Jackson provided transportation, his control over water creating comfortable passage to the depths where the 3 caves converged. This is as far as I go, Percy said when they reached the cave entrances. Apollo warned that non-Trinity members shouldn't be present for whatever happens tomorrow. He's right, Artemis confirmed. The energies involved could be unpredictable. Good luck, Percy offered sincerely. I hope everything goes according to plan. When does anything ever go according to plan? Thalia asked with a wry smile. Fair point. Just come back in one piece, all 3 of you. With Percy's departure, Artemis and Thalia entered the caves alone, following the now familiar paths to the central chamber. The wellspring sphere floated as it had before, shifting between gold, silver, and blue energies with occasional flashes of other, unnamed colors. They had prepared the chamber carefully over preceding months, establishing a purified circle around the wellspring, creating resonance points that would help channel and direct the transformation energies. The crystal sphere containing Naruto and Orthus now rested on a small pedestal at the center of their preparations. Should we do something more? Thalia asked as they completed a final check of the arrangements. Some kind of ritual or ceremony? The solstice itself is the ceremony, Artemis explained. When the balance between light and darkness reaches its critical point, the transformation within the sphere will naturally accelerate. And then what? Then we complete the Trinity, Artemis said simply. Our energies join with his to facilitate the final stage of transformation. They settled into meditative positions on either side of the sphere, the hours until solstice stretching before them. Through their bond, they could sense movement within the crystal, energies shifting, combining, separating, finding new configurations. He's more active, Thalia observed. I can feel him more clearly than before. The process nears completion, Artemis agreed. The waiting is almost over. As midnight approached, the exact moment of winter solstice, the wellspring began to pulse more intensely, responding to cosmic alignments beyond ordinary perception. The crystal sphere likewise intensified, the swirling energies within accelerating until individual colors became nearly indistinguishable. It's starting, Artemis said, rising to her feet. Thalia joined her, both positioning themselves at precise points around the sphere. Without needing instruction, they extended their hands, silver and blue energies flowing outward to connect with the crystal. The moment their energies touched the sphere, a resonance formed, the Trinity bond flaring to full strength despite Naruto's transformed state. I feel him, Thalia gasped. Completely now, not just echoes. Focus, Artemis instructed, though she too felt the surge of connection. Direct your energy into the transformation pattern. The crystal sphere began to rise from its pedestal, hovering between them as their energies wrapped around it in spiraling patterns. The wellspring responded, sending tendrils of primordial essence to join the process, creating a complex geometric form in the air, a three-dimensional representation of perfect balance. Within the sphere, movement became visible, the gold, black, and red energies separating into distinct patterns rather than the homogeneous swirl they had maintained for months. Naruto's consciousness reached out through their bond, more present than at any time since his sacrifice. Now, his voice echoed in their minds. Complete the circuit. Artemis and Thalia joined hands, forming a circle with the floating sphere. The trinity bond surged to unprecedented strength, their combined energies creating a vortex around the crystal. The chamber itself seemed to respond, ancient markings appearing on walls that had been blank before, glowing with the same gold-silver-blue light. The transformation requires a vessel, Naruto's voice continued. One final act of balance. The sphere began to crack, golden light spilling from the fissures. Within seconds, the crystal shattered completely, releasing a blinding flash that forced both goddesses to shield their eyes. When vision returned, they found not one but two figures standing within their circle. Naruto, appearing much as he had before, golden sage energy flowing around him. And beside him, a second entity, humanoid but with canine features, one side of its body pure white, the other deepest black. Orthus, Artemis identified, instantly on guard. But transformed. The dual-natured being inclined its head in acknowledgement. Transformed indeed, Huntress. Balanced, as the mediator promised. Naruto stepped forward, his movement somewhat stiff as if reacquainting himself with physical form. The corruption has been neutralized, converted to constructive rather than destructive purpose. You separated? Thalia asked, looking between them in confusion. Not exactly, Naruto explained. We reached balance, allowing distinct manifestation while maintaining harmonized essence. I am no longer what I was, Orthus added, his voice lacking the malevolence they remembered. Nor is the wild sage unchanged. We have equilibrated. He's part of the balance now, Naruto clarified. Guardian rather than destroyer of boundaries. Artemis studied the transformed Orthus carefully, her divine senses assessing the change. The corruption is gone, she confirmed. Replaced with order within chaos. My original purpose, before ambition corrupted me, Orthus acknowledged. Guardian of thresholds, maintainer of proper permeability between realms. Can we trust this transformation? Thalia asked directly. Trust, but verify, Naruto suggested. The balance is genuine but requires maintenance. That's why he remains connected to me, to the Trinity through me. Connected how? Artemis pressed. In answer, Naruto extended his hand. Golden energy flowed from his palm, forming a chain that connected to Orthus's chest. The chain wasn't a restraint but a conduit, energy flowing both ways in perfect equilibrium. I anchor him, he anchors me, Naruto explained. The mediator and the mediated, in perpetual balance. Understanding dawned on both goddesses. This wasn't imprisonment but transformation, exactly what the Trinity was created to facilitate. The Trinity bond? Thalia asked. Is it affected by this connection? Strengthened, Naruto replied, stepping toward them. The balance achieved here enhances all aspects of our connection. He extended his hands to them, and without hesitation, they completed the triangle. Instantly, the Trinity bond flared to full power, stronger than before, clearer, more harmonized. Gold, silver, and blue energies flowed between them, creating a perfect circuit of balanced power. The Trinity restored, Artemis breathed, feeling the completion of what had been stretched thin during Naruto's absence. And improved, Naruto added with a smile. Our understanding has grown through this process. The balance we maintain is more sophisticated, more adaptive. What happens now? Thalia asked, the practical question breaking through the moment of reunion. Naruto glanced at Orthus, who had remained respectfully separate from their reunion. Orthus returns to his original function, guardian of thresholds, maintaining healthy boundaries between realms. Connected to me, and through me to the Trinity, but operationally independent. And Olympus? Artemis questioned. They will not simply accept his return in any form. I do not seek their acceptance, Orthus stated calmly. Only their non-interference. My domain exists beneath their notice in normal circumstances. Zeus will demand assurances, Thalia pointed out. Which we can provide, Naruto replied. The connection between Orthus and myself is visible evidence of the transformation. Any return to corruption would be immediately apparent. The wellspring pulsed, drawing their attention. Its shifting colors had stabilized into a steady rhythm, gold, silver, blue, cycling in perfect sequence. It recognizes the restoration, Artemis observed. The pattern is complete. Not complete, Naruto corrected gently. Evolving. The Trinity isn't a static force but a dynamic balance. It grows, adapts, transforms, as we just witnessed. He stepped closer to his Trinity partners, the bond between them humming with renewed vitality. And now we face the next evolution. The three of us, bound by both ancient oath and new understanding. What does that mean for us? Thalia asked, the question carrying layers of meaning beyond its simple words. Naruto smiled, reaching out to take both their hands. It means we define our own path forward. The Trinity existed before divine laws, before mortal expectations. We honor its purpose, maintaining balance, while determining for ourselves how that manifests in our connection. The hunt? Artemis questioned. My hunters. Continue as always, Naruto assured her. But with expanded understanding. The hunt serves balance too, in its way. Protection of wilderness, of innocence, these are aspects of the same harmony we maintain on a larger scale. And us? Thalia pressed, her meaning unmistakable now. The three of us? That, Naruto said softly, is ours to discover. The Trinity bond connects us at levels beyond physical, beyond even divine. How we express that connection. He squeezed their hands gently, is our choice to make together. Artemis's silver eyes met his, then Thalia's, communication flowing through their bond that needed no words. Understanding, acceptance, possibility, emotions and concepts that transcended conventional relationships. Together then, she decided, echoing words spoken months before on Mount Tam. Whatever comes next. Together, Naruto and Thalia affirmed as one, the Trinity bond flaring in perfect harmony. Orthus watched their exchange with respectful distance. I will depart now, he announced. There are thresholds requiring attention after months of my absence. The balance we've achieved needs to be extended throughout all boundary regions. Naruto nodded. Go. I'll sense if you require assistance. With a formal bow to the Trinity, Orthus stepped backward, his form shifting like mist before disappearing completely, returning to the liminal spaces between realms where his guardian function could resume. Alone now in the ancient chamber, the Trinity faced each other in a moment of perfect understanding. Words were unnecessary where their bond conveyed everything that mattered, connection, purpose, harmony, and something deeper that had no name in any mortal or divine language. The solstice has passed, Artemis noted eventually. Light begins its return to the world. A new cycle begins, Naruto agreed. For the world, and for us. Hand in hand, the Trinity left the wellspring chamber, ascending through the underwater caves toward the surface world. Their path forward would not be without challenges, Zeus's lingering suspicion, the adjustment of divine and mortal communities to their restored role, the ongoing maintenance of balance in a world constantly seeking extremes. But they faced these challenges together, bridge, catalyst, and mediator united in perfect trinity. The wild sage had returned, the hunter embraced her complete nature, and the storm found harmony without sacrificing power. 3 parts of a greater whole, maintaining the dynamic balance upon which all existence depended. And in that balance, they found something none had truly experienced before their connection, completion that didn't diminish individuality but enhanced it. Purpose that transcended duty. And bonds that honored freedom rather than constraining it. The Trinity had awakened, evolved, and transcended, just as the primordial forces that created them had always intended. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.